Alabama, Michigan. No one is going to complain about those games because those are the elite of the elite. Like, no one is going to say, well, man, I really wish High Point would have made it further. I really wish there was a Cinderella story, because the games are going to be better because of this. I think they are.
All of the games been better?
No, I'm saying the games now.
There's been a lot of blowouts.
The games now are going to be better. I mean, look, Michigan's a 10.5-point favorite because one of Alabama's players, had a lot of weed on him.
Describe to us in the listening audience what a lot of weed is.
In some places, Chris, 2.1 pounds of marijuana is considered personal use.
It's a lot.
It's considered personal use. In Alabama, it's not.
It's you're moving product.
It's not.
Point. Yeah, you're moving a lot of product.
And cash is $400. Come on, guys. When
was the last time you had $400 cash on you?
Oh, come on.
Actual cash.
What day is it?
Today is Monday.
Like 3 days ago.
Oh, wow. Okay, all right. You're
just
walking
saying,
around with
man. You never know when you're going to have to go to the dispensary.
Okay,
all right. And clearly, Aiden Holloway was.
Okay. All right.
My point is this.
Weed expert Abdallah here on the show.
My point is this. If you're going to do a drug bust and you're going to say he was found with 2 pounds of marijuana and cash, that cash needs to be substantial, not just $400.
Yeah, I'm thinking like $100,000.
Yeah, right? When you say cash, I'm talking like grands of money. Like $400 cash could literally be 4 bills. Like it'd be 4 single bills.
Yeah. I mean, most people, I would assume, right now, not a lot of people are carrying around cash.
No. And I was kidding. I wasn't walking around with $400 a couple days ago.
Oh, geez.
But my point is that
we've already started today's show with you lying to the audience.
No, my point is that $400. When you say he's got 2 pounds of weed and cash, you're thinking that the dude's got a stack of money, or like a bag with a dollar sign on it.
Yeah.
Like he just robbed a bank.
Yeah, I'm thinking of something like out of Breaking Bad.
Exactly.
Right, where he has a storage locker of bills stacked up.
Not $400.
Not $400.
Which could be like a few 20s and a couple $100 bills.
Let me also make sure that people understand. To me, $400 is a lot of money.
It is. Oh, I'm not saying it's not.
You're right. When
I'm
you
not
hear
saying
about
it's not.
Like drug busts,
yeah.
Usually it's like $20K.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like a substantial amount of money.
Because I just heard cash and I'm like, all right, a lot of money. And then I read the story and it's like $400. I'm like, guys, come on.
$400?
Like, can we just say he was found with a lot of weed and keep the cash out of it? It just makes it sound bad when you say it was only $400.
I want to hear from you today, though, on the call or text line at 310-840-4910. Do you think it's good for the tournament that we now are getting this result? That Cinderella is dead. The teams, the mid-majors that you used to root for to then get up against those big dogs in the NCAA tournament, essentially they're all wiped out in the first two rounds. That's it. And to Abdallah's credit, and to point it out that like there are teams from the big major conferences that are not seeded highly that are getting through the tournament. You know, you mentioned a team like Texas. Iowa's a team that you could point out that wasn't expected to get to this point. And I think that's where this entire conversation of college basketball and where it's at now is so everyone there's just a flow of like nothing is substantial for a long amount of time. Like you get guys who enter the portal. You get a guy who plays well for a mid-major. That next season, he's playing for a Big 10 or a Big 12 team. And that's just the way it is in college basketball now. Mm-hmm. And I don't know if we could point to one specific reason to why this is our outcome in college basketball. I don't feel like I like it. I feel like the way it used to be, and I hate being just the guy that wants to say the way it used to be was better. But if this is the case, like, did you really get the reward of the chaos that we're supposed to get at the start of the NCAA tournament? Did you really get that chaos on the opening weekend? And on Thursday and Friday, I don't really think you did. You got some buzzer beaters Saturday and Sunday. But besides, like, you got one.
You got, I think.
And you had a game on Friday where you had a buzzer beater that sent it to overtime. And then Kentucky eventually
I
won
think
the game. But
I think that we overinflate the buzzer beater. I think that we actually, if you look at it, we don't get as many as you think that we do. I think we only get one or two a weekend, if that. And the fact that we got one was good. I think the fact that you had High Point beating Wisconsin was good. I think the fact that you had the way the Iowa game ended was really good. I think the way the St. John's game ended was really good. That's a great way to end that game. And I think that now the way you've got, I think the way that you've got this next weekend setting up, and specifically Thursday's game between Iowa and Nebraska, I think the winner of that game will become America's team, because you have Iowa, who took down Florida yesterday, and then you have Nebraska, who has never won a tournament game before, who has now won 2 games. And if they beat Iowa, they're a 1.5 point favorite right now on DraftKings. If they beat Iowa, they've now won 3 games in a row after never winning a single game in the tournament. They now become America's team. You know what I mean? Like, if you beat a 1 seed, you're automatically, everyone kind of falls in love with you as long as you didn't go to Florida.
Oh, yeah.
And so I think that now the winner of this specific game, if you don't have an allegiance to another school, this now becomes your team moving forward. And I think that, like we talked about it, the way that this bracket kind of shakes out in the South, we, in our bracket here, that's why we didn't have Florida coming out of this region. You and I have Nebraska beating Florida, and it just so happened that Iowa took care of business for us.
Yeah, I believe it was Jordan Cornette who told us last week on the show. He thought that Florida was a flimsy number 1 seed. And he gave us the warning early that, hey, you know, it could be any team that's not Florida getting out of that region to advance to the Final Four, so out of the South. And right now, Houston's looked really good. Illinois looked really good.
Yeah.
Nebraska survives a buzzer beater. That ball was halfway down.
That ball was almost in.
And I feel like if people remember, the NCAA, like, they changed the basketball in recent years, and it seems to be bouncier. And do you also know with the NCAA tournament, they make sure that they use a orange basketball? Are you aware that
as opposed to, well, like, all basketballs orange?
Yeah, but they're different shades. Like, the NBA ball is a little darker.
It's a little more brown.
It's a little
brownish
orange.
Yeah, it's like a Texas orange.
Kind of looks like it's been used, which is the way you want to play with a basketball.
Yeah.
And the NCAA tournament, they insist on it being like bright orange because they think it looks better for the broadcast.
Okay.
So it was like, it did seem like that when that ball almost went in was Vandy that almost hit that shot at the end. Like, a normal basketball doesn't bounce off the rim 8 times before flying out.
No.
The way it did. It was like, oh, that's a college ball. That's what you get.
Yeah.
So the NCAA tournament, you know, it was exciting. We have the Sweet 16. You can find all of our great coverage on the Westwood One Sports app. So Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday of this upcoming weekend, we will have all of the games for you right there on the Westwood One Sports app. Abdallah, is there a team that impressed you the most to get to the Sweet 16 to this point? The teams that have won, I think Michigan, it seems like they have had a cakewalk to this point. Arizona, it got a little tight towards the end last night in their contest to advance against Utah State, but they took care of business. Is there a team that has stood out? Obviously, Texas winning 3 games in essentially 4 days to get to the Sweet 16 is a big deal. Is there someone that jumps out at you that has been impressive to get to the Sweet 16?
I think a lot of the conversation, and I know that they were the number 1 ranked team and the number 1 seeded team overall, even of the number 1s. People talked about the way that Duke going in as an injured team wouldn't be able to handle, you know, if they got to, no matter who won the Ohio State TCU game, that 8-9 matchup, that either team would be able to give them a little bit of a run. And they just walked TCU 81-58. And now they match up against St. John's. And St. John's had a pretty, they had to hit that game winner against Kansas to move on. And now, you know, you hear that Foster might be back for Duke coming back. There's a chance he might play. So I think Duke really overcame those injuries, and we talked about how, and basically whether it was Jordan Cornette, whether it was Fran Fraschilla, whoever we talked to, Josh Graham said that going in, Duke with their injuries might be a team that just might be too injured going into this tournament, not against Siena, but maybe against Ohio State or TCU, and beating a team by over 20 points to move on to the Sweet 16. I know it's a 1 seed, and I know that's just an easy thing to say, but I was really impressed by the way they've overcome their injuries and looked that impressive going in, because it's easy. I could have said, like Michigan, but like you said, it's been a cakewalk for them. Yep. And they're already a 10.5 point favorite against Alabama, too. So I expect them to walk into the Elite Eight as well. So we'll see what they do against, the winner of Tennessee and Ohio State should they beat Alabama. I think Houston's going to have a tough time against Illinois, but I really think it's Duke overcoming these injuries so far.
It's Blake Abdallah here on Westwood One Sports and the Westwood One Sports app. Here on the show, each and every day, Blake and Abdallah, Laura and Raj produce the show, and we have been submitting a bracket challenge here on the show against each other, and we call this Beat the Raj.
Beat the Raj.
Now, Raj is out this week. He's on vacation. Stu Kovacs is filling in for Raj, and we need to update our brackets after the first 2 rounds of the tournament. All right, Abdallah, it's you, me, Laura, and a cast of millions submitting our bracket to take on Raj to beat the Raj. And here's what we have after the first 2 rounds of the tournament. So, Blake and Abdallah on our bracket against Raj, we got 27 wins in the first round. 27 wins in the first round.
We're good.
We then finish the weekend heading towards the Sweet 16. We have 40 wins total.
Wow.
And out of that, we have 15 of our 16 Sweet 16s still standing.
Oof.
So how about that? The Blake and Abdallah bracket. Yes. Laura, yes. Good job. Good job.
Can I count real quick how many of our...
Yes.
Let me see. Let's see. We have Duke is still in, Michigan State still in, Nebraska still in, Houston still in.
15 of 16.
Arizona still in, Purdue still in, Michigan and Iowa State. All of our Elite 8. That's 8 of 8. Yep. All of our Elite 8 are still in. Okay, hold on. Michigan State, Houston, Arizona, Michigan. All of our 4. That's
Final
4 out of 4. Okay. Our
We're
championship game is Houston and Arizona. They're both still in. Okay.
Feel good.
And our champion of Arizona still in. Okay, we're good. We're money.
All right,
money.
so that's the Blake and Abdallah bracket. Here is Raj's bracket, Beat the Raj. So in the first round, Raj had 24 correct wins. So after the first round, we were up 3.
Okay.
In the second round, to get to the Sweet 16, the total that Raj has is 34. We're at 40. Raj is at 34.
Wow.
And quite honestly, Raj is in, no,
they're booing Raj.
Here's the situation that Raj has before him. He has 10 of 16 teams left in the Sweet 16.
Oh, Raj.
He also has Virginia getting to the championship game.
Oh, no.
And Virginia is knocked out. In fact, his Midwest bracket is completely busted because he had in the Elite 8 Texas Tech facing off against Virginia.
Wow.
And both of those teams are knocked out.
Wow.
He's definitely going to be, his hopes to beat Blake and Abdallah will be if Nebraska can get to the Final Four and if Duke can win the championship. That's what Raj has as far as trying to compete with Blake and Abdallah for Beat the Raj. So there you
go. Beat the Raj.
It's early.
Good.
It's early.
15 of 16 is pretty good. Nice job.
It's early. It's early.
It is early.
It's early. But I think it might be safe to say we've beaten the Raj.
Well, not yet.
Beat the Raj.
I'm just saying someone really wanted to take BYU.
No, I know. If I didn't persuade you to put BYU in the Sweet 16, we would have 16 of 16 left standing. Although who would have replaced them? I don't think we would have had Texas.
No, we would have taken Gonzaga. Yeah.
So we would have gone 15 of 16
we would have been
either way.
We would have been screwed anyway. Yeah.
All right. Laura, good job. That's great. Look at our bracket. It's a nice bracket. Roger's bracket on the other side. He's going to need some help.
Yeah.
He's going to need Duke to win. That's the key.
Yeah, if Duke wins it all, he might get it.
There's a wide receiver in the NFL that just signed a record contract extension, the highest ever for a wide receiver. We'll tell you about that coming up next. DraftKings Sportsbook, the #1 sportsbook for live betting, is built for March. The tournament is unexpected rewards are guaranteed.
DraftKings Sportsbook is delivering the most generous rewards in the market with DraftKings, the #1 sportsbook for live betting. You're not betting what might happen. You're betting on what's happening.
New to DraftKings, bet just $5 and get $200 in bonus bets instantly. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app now and use code B&A. That's code B&A for Bleck and Abdallah. And turn $5 into $200 in bonus bets instantly. In partnership with DraftKings, the crown is yours.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or 1-800-MY-RESET. New York, call 877-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY. Connecticut, call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. On behalf of Boot Hill Casino in Kansas, wager tax pass-through may apply in Illinois. Must be 21 plus in most states. Void in Ontario. Restrictions apply. Bonus bets are non-cash credits that apply 7 days after issuance. For additional terms and responsible gaming resources, see sportsbook.draftkings.com/promos. Limited time offer ends April 5th, 2026.
Your home for the NFL playoffs and Super Bowl 60. The NFL on Westwood One Sports.
COVID-19 has cast a spotlight on the stark inequalities that drive poverty. The poorest communities in the U.S. and around the world are suffering the most. Oxfam believes we can put systems in place to protect health and livelihoods in the future if we work together with dignity and compassion. Learn how you can help offer safety to the most vulnerable and fight for a more resilient future at oxfamamerica.org. Sponsored by Oxfam America.
I'm Boomer Esiason. My mom died from cancer. She was only 37 years old. She didn't have life insurance, and that was devastating for my family. That's why having life insurance is so important to me. Ethos makes it fast and easy. Get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. You can get up to $3 million in coverage with no medical exam.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Download to see if you qualify. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription required. Albert is not a bank. Albert Instant Loans are issued by FinWise Bank, member FDIC. Not an actual client. Terms apply.
Kylie, what's wrong?
I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? Albert is your financial assistant, helping you find ways to save and create custom budgets to actually grow your money. Plus, you can get up to $10,000 for big expenses, or advance up to $1,000 fast when you need cash right away.
Albert can get me up to $10,000?
Exactly. Albert spots you in a pinch and helps you grow your money in the long run.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code GO to borrow up to $10,000 for whatever you need. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code GO to borrow up to $10,000. Use code GO to borrow up to $10,000.
The IRS, the world's most aggressive collection agency. They can seize your property, bank account, and garnish your wages. They cause sleepless nights for millions of Americans. Don't be one of them. If you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS or state, get protected today. Call 800-242-3186. Coast One Tax Group, protecting your bank, home, and your sleep since 2008. With hundreds of 5-star reviews and an A+ on the Better Business Bureau. Call Coast One Tax Group, 800-242-3186. Stanley from New York owed $93,000. The IRS placed a levy on his bank account. Coast One released the levy and settled with the IRS for $2,000. Mark in Michigan owed $225,000. After Coast One stepped in, Mark walked away paying less than $1,500. Call Coast One now. A 10-minute call can save you up to 93% on your back taxes. Get your fresh start today. That's 800-242-3186.
Sponsored by Coast One Financial Group.
Furnished by IntelliBrands. Whether because of discomfort, lack of mobility, your lifestyle, or occupation, you sit inactively way too many hours a day. Get an Ellipse, the premium quality automatic seated exerciser that strengthens legs, increases mobility, and boosts circulation without physical strain or impact. Improve your flexibility and balance, strengthen and tone your legs.
My joints feel better, my knees feel better, my back feels better, and it makes me feel stronger too.
My circulation is moving. I'm burning calories, and it makes me feel energetic.
It's so quiet that none of my coworkers even know I'm using it.
Call now and order Ellipse, the seated exerciser that strengthens legs, increases mobility, and boosts circulation. And for a limited time, get a free upgrade to our deluxe bundle with a faster motor, sport mat, and wireless remote. Call 800-555-1212. That's 800-555-1212. 800-555-1212 now. These statements and products have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or condition.
Are you paying too much for term life insurance? There is a tremendous price war in the term life industry. Rates have dropped dramatically in the past few years. For example, a man age 45 non-smoker can get $1 million of coverage for $75 per month level rate for 10 years, or a man age 50 non-smoker can obtain $500,000 coverage for a month premium of $110 level rate for 20 years. That's right, guaranteed level rate for 20 years. If you're a smoker, we have great rates for you as well. At Term Busters, we specialize in policies of $500,000 and above. If you're looking for a new or replacement term life insurance, call Term Busters today for a quote at 1-800-908-7636. You're probably paying more than you should. Call 1-800-908-7636. Remember, 1-800-908-7636. Rate and availability may vary by state. Sample quotes based on preferred non-smoker. Underwriting and exam required. Call 1-800-908-7636 for details. Paid for by Robert Levenger, Insurance Agent.
This is AM 850 WEEI Boston, the home of Rome, Boston College sports, and you better you bet, AM 850 WEEI. This is Bleck and Abdallah on Westwood One Sports. Here's Chris Bleck and Adam Abdallah.
Jackson Smith and Jigba has agreed to a new deal with the Seattle Seahawks, a 4-year, $168.6 million contract extension that will make him the highest paid wide receiver in NFL history. Jackson Smith and Jigba is 24. He is already a fantastic player. He was the NFL Offensive Player of the Year last year. He's won a Super Bowl. I'm guessing that he will come up for another big-time payday in a couple of years as well, before probably age 27. You know, they'll extend before this contract is up. But Jackson Smith and Jigba is on the path to one day be a Hall of Fame level wide receiver and one of the best wide receivers we've ever seen, just after a couple of short years where he clearly, not only does he catch everything that's thrown near him, but his route running is what really stood apart this past season. And I think the TV broadcasts acknowledging his route running and pointing out the difference between his ability to turn his hips and to change direction on a dime compared to other wide receivers, I think was a really good thing that I think all of us who watch football got to see in this past football season. But a record deal, the highest paid wide receiver in NFL history today, Jackson Smith and Jigba with the Seahawks.
Yeah, first team All-Pro this year. He led the league in yards during the regular season. He had 10 touchdowns, and then during the postseason, he had 200 yards, 2 touchdowns, 17 catches in 3 postseason games, and obviously one of them in the most important postseason game being the Super Bowl. So, obviously, this is huge for the Seahawks. This is huge for Sam Darnold, importantly, because he gets his wide receiver locked up through, this goes through 2031. So he'll be a Seahawk through 2031. And like you said, you presume that eventually, once this deal, they'll extend him at some point. But this also is a huge deal for Puka Nacua, because Puka Nacua is entering the final year of his deal with the Rams. And I highly doubt that the Rams want him to hit free agency at the end of the 2026 season. And Puka Nacua led the league in receptions last year. He was tied with Jackson Smith and Jigba for plays and receptions over 20 yards. He is a great wide receiver, as well as Jackson Smith and Jigba is. And if you go by Pro Football Focus, he is graded, Puka Nacua, as the #1 player in the NFL. So not only does this reset the market for wide receivers, but you have another wide receiver who is probably going to reset the market again when he gets his deal, because Puka Nacua and his agent are looking up at this deal and saying, okay, well, price just went up. because I want to be the highest paid wide receiver in the league because I'm just as valuable, if not more valuable, to my team as Jackson Smith and Jigba is to the Seattle Seahawks. Because if you want me around past this year, after Matthew Stafford retires and you whatever you want to do with your next quarterback situation, you got to pay me like I'm more valuable than Jackson Smith and Jigba.
Well, who is? I think you could argue they're both 1 and 1A.
Yeah.
1A, 1B as the two best in the NFL. I could certainly see that. I do think when you look at the way Seattle has built their team and built their offense, it does feel a bit backwards because usually the record-setting deal goes to the quarterback. The Seahawks are able to win without that taking place, which then allows them to pay for the wide receiver and defensive stars and to kind of build up the team differently. And if I'm a Seahawks fan today, I'm A-okay with Sam Darnold. Like, this is not I'm desperately worried about the future and how Sam will eventually develop or not develop or like the fact that they have a guy like Sam Darnold who you can win with while also not making absolute top dollar as a quarterback in the NFL, I think is kind of like a cheat code.
Yeah.
For the Seattle Seahawks.
Well, he had a chance.
But not every team can do that. Like, that's the thing.
Well, he had a chance. He played out of his mind in the NFC Championship game, right? Like, he put on a show and played the game of his life in the NFC Championship game. And if he would have turned around and replicated that in the Super Bowl, you would have turned around and said, okay, great. Like, it is time to go to Sam Darnold. And people were even talking about it. When we were broadcasting from the Super Bowl, people were saying, hey, if Sam Darnold goes out there and lights up this New England Patriots defense and throws the way he did against the Rams. Now, we know the secret about the Rams is you can throw on them, and that's exactly why they went out and traded with the Kansas City Chiefs for cornerback Trent McDuffie and extended him. This is why they did that. Now, the reason that the Seahawks won the Super Bowl is because of Super Bowl MVP Kenneth Walker, who they let walk, pun intended, and signed with another team. And he didn't perform that way, which is why when their GM was asked about it, he was like, why? He's got a few years left on his deal. Why would we rework his deal now when we have to go to Jackson Smith and Jigba and give him a record-setting deal? And we have to talk to other players and give them deals and extend our other players. Our quarterback has 3 years left on his deal. Why would we just signed him. We literally just signed him this year. Why would we approach him and give him a new contract now when we have to build an entire team now to continue this run when we have this window open?
Well, the reason I brought that up also is you mentioned Puka Nacua. The Rams situation's a little different, right? They're going to give a big contract to Puka Nacua, and their quarterback situation, you kind of don't know. Stafford's going to be back next season, but is it just 1 year? Is it 2?
Is he?
Is he coming back this year?
Well, he's going to come back this year.
Yeah,
he's going to play this year.
But my point is, like, Seattle can kind of go into the future knowing that Sam Darnold's their quarterback. The Rams don't really know what the future is, and you're about to pay a wide receiver top of the market dollars when you may not know what your quarterback situation is, which then throws it all into flux. The reason it works with Seattle is they know. They've got their guy. They're kind of set. So that's the news today in the NFL. Jackson Smith and Jigba signs a new deal with the Seattle Seahawks. The deal will average $42.1.5 million per year, and it will include $120 million guaranteed. So it's the record for a wide receiver, $120 million guaranteed. Other news in the NFL, I want you to explain this to me, and you can join us on the call or text line at 310-840-4910. There was a flag football thing this weekend. I loosely saw some stuff about it. Is this the Tom Brady thing that was supposed to take place overseas?
Yes, this was the Tom Brady flag football league that was supposed to take place in Saudi Arabia. For reasons, it had to take place in LA.
For reasons?
For reasons.
Okay. Concerns, safety concerns is why they moved it?
Safety concerns
Got it.
is why they moved it.
So they're in LA.
And it was in LA, and that's probably why it was recently moved to LA, which is there was like nobody there in the stands.
Oh, that's why.
Well, I mean, there were a lot of stars there. Like you could have
Okay.
gone to see like a bunch of NFL players and former NFL players play flag football, and like
Okay.
Tom Brady. Look, Tom Brady still got it.
Oh, he played.
He played.
Okay, so maybe I missed all of this.
Yeah.
And I'll blame myself.
You did. What were you doing? Watching basketball? What are you doing?
Yeah, a little golf, but yeah, basketball.
Okay, yeah.
But you and I, we talk about sports each and every day.
Yes.
This great network and all of our great radio affiliates around the country.
Mm-hmm.
At no point when I heard the promotion of a Tom Brady flag football Saudi league thing,
Mm-hmm.
I never knew. Did you know that active NFL stars are taking place in this?
Yes.
How is that allowed?
Well,
What do you mean, well?
Well, it's their off season. They can do whatever they want to. NBA players play basketball in the off season, don't they?
Basketball is different than football.
I understand
Football
that.
players get injured.
I understand that, but this is
constantly.
flag football.
And if
Flag.
your quarterback gets hurt, it's flag football. I saw some of the highlights. Joe Burrow's running like he's actually out there cutting and doing things.
The only reason
Everyone pray for the ACLs of Joe Burrow in this flag football nonsense.
The only reason I know that this took place is because I saw Bengals Twitter in an uproar, also pun intended, because Joe Burrow was cutting and spinning and trying to out juke players, and his ACLs were going through it. And you're right. And he was taking hits. This is a flag football game, and the dude was taking hits.
Wait, so you knew that the stars of today's NFL, not like has-beens, like I thought.
Yes.
And
there were a few stars in, like, I know like Jalen Hurts was going to play in it.
I understand if Brady's going to participate, I got it. But I thought it was going to be like Brady and like Jerry Rice.
Yeah.
And like Terrell Owens, like old players,
Yeah.
players who are no longer playing. So active NFL, how are the NFL teams allowing this?
That's the question. That's why Bengals Twitter was in a tizzy, because they were upset that like Joe Burrow was out here.
I totally understand.
With his
I agree.
Tiny ACLs running out here, taking hits, while Jaden Daniels is out here playing.
Jaden Daniels played in this?
I saw something. I didn't see video of Jaden Daniels out there, but I know he was out there. Jalen Hurts was out there.
Put bubble wrap around him.
Dude, what you and I are Bears fans broadcasting out of the great city of Chicago.
If Caleb Williams was participating,
I'd be so
I would
mad.
be so
I'd be
upset.
so mad right now.
Yes.
I would be so mad right now.
Now, I know a lot of this is these NFL players want to participate now because they have the hope that they will be included in the Olympic team when this turns into an Olympic
I
event.
don't care about the Olympics. I'm trying to win a Super Bowl.
At the Los Angeles Olympics. So the point is, and I understand you're trying to win a Super Bowl, but you mentioned Caleb Williams. He has been on the record saying he wants to be in the Olympics.
Okay, good for him.
Okay, so here's the other thing that I saw online, and I didn't watch it because I have a life. Well, there's other great sports on this weekend. I didn't need flag football. Are you kidding me? What a stupid idea. Explain this to me. For those who are participating, I saw a lot of chatter online suggesting that the non-NFL flag football playing players were actually outplaying the NFL players.
Yeah, they didn't. Because they're actually good at this.
They're like better at the flag football.
Oh yeah, like I'm watching Jaden Daniels. He threw a touchdown pass to Odell Beckham Jr. and OBJ made the catch. Like he made the OBJ catch. Catching a pass from Jaden Daniels.
What do you mean he made the OBJ
like
catch?
You know that like he did his signature catch.
So this is scripted? It's like wrestling?
No. Like
what do you mean that he just did?
Watch the play. Watch him.
It's just a one-handed snap.
Yeah, he made his one-handed. Yeah, but like that's his thing. That's his like if he had like a finisher move, like that's his thing. See, he just did it.
Oh, did people really watch this weekend?
I don't think so. I mean, it was on Fox. It was on there.
And I saw the empty stands. There was no one there.
Yeah, there was nobody there. It was in like a soccer stadium, and obviously it was supposed to be somewhere else, but it was here for reasons. And nobody went. You could have
reasons.
You could have sat anywhere you wanted to. And like there were like internet people there playing as well.
Internet? What does that mean?
Like that speed guy was there.
Oh, the like YouTube stuff?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, he was there.
We really sound old.
I know we
saying
do.
That.
I know we do. I know what we sound like.
There were internet people there.
I know what we sound like. I don't care. I know what we sound like. I don't want to know.
Was Drewski there?
I don't know.
That's how you know you have a festival of characters.
I feel like that's how
an event.
Yeah, I feel like that's how you know that if he's commentating on it, that's how you know that it's not a good thing anymore.
It's Bucky Abdallah, sponsored by Progressive Commercial Insurance, protecting small businesses with affordable coverage options. Quote today at progressivecommercial.com. Yeah, the flag football. I did not watch it. And if I were a fan of a team where your quarterback's out there cutting, diving, running against others and like trying to compete, I would be furious. If I was a Cincinnati Bengal fan today, I would be so upset. If I'm an Eagles fan today, you said Jalen Hurts was out there?
Jalen Hurts was there.
I would be upset.
But I remember that was the thing. When the NFL players said that they wanted to compete in the Olympics when this was added, like the people that are in, the athletes that are in the actual flag football league were like, you guys know we're like actually good at this. Like you can't just come in and say because you play in the NFL that you can just come in and do this.
Well, that's the same argument for those who participate in the Summer Olympics for basketball for 3-on-3.
Yeah.
Like, are you aware that like Jimmer Fredette is like our best 3-on-3 player we've ever had?
Yes.
And he's like won multiple medals and like he's incredible. But like we're not rolling out there with Durant, Harden, and Russ.
No, here's how
like we're not.
Here's how I would
putting together a 3-pack of Kate Cunningham and
here's how I would
and others.
I would, and no disrespect to the flag football players out there, but this would be like if they added Guitar Hero, and Slash wanted to come in and try to play Guitar Hero. Like he doesn't know how to play Guitar Hero. He's one of the best guitar players in the world. But hand him a Guitar Hero, and the man doesn't know what to do.
Yeah, I didn't watch it. Apparently, some did, and they had thoughts. I'm surprised that NFL players are playing in this. It's Bucky Abdallah here on Westwood One Sports and the Westwood One Sports app. Will Bill Self return to Kansas? We'll talk about that next.
Imagine a sports platform that talks with you, not at you. Your stories, your opinions, your one destination. This is Westwood One Sports.
DraftKings Sportsbook, the #1 sportsbook for live betting, is built for March. The tournament is unexpected. Rewards are guaranteed.
DraftKings Sportsbook is delivering the most generous rewards in the market with DraftKings, the #1 sportsbook for live betting. You're not betting on what might happen. You're betting what's happening.
New to DraftKings, bet just $5 and get $200 in bonus bets instantly. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app now and use code B&A. That's code B&A to turn $5 into $200 in bonus bets instantly. In partnership with DraftKings, the crown is yours.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or 1-800-MY-RESET. New York, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY. Connecticut, call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. On behalf of Boot Hill Casino in Kansas, wager tax pass-through may apply in Illinois. Must be 21 plus in most states. Void in Ontario. Restrictions apply. Bonus bets are non-cash credits that expire 7 days after issuance. For additional terms and responsible gambling resources, see sportsbook.draftkings.com/promos. Limited time offer ends April 5th, 2026.
DQ presents the Spicy Menu. For a limited time, try the new Flamethrower Chicken Strip Basket for $6.99 with spicy, bold strips that heat you up. Served with a side of famous DQ soft serve as a dip to cool you down. That's right, dip those spicy chicken strips right into soft serve, plus fries and toast, all for just $6.99. And add a new pineapple lemonade sparkler or cooler made with tahini. It's the limited time only Spicy Menu. Get it delivered in the DQ app. Happy, tastes good. Participation may vary.
I'm Boomer Esiason. My mom died from cancer. She was only 37 years old. She didn't have life insurance, and that was devastating for my family. That's why having life insurance is so important to me. Ethos makes it fast and easy. Get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. You can get up to $3 million in coverage with no medical exam.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
This episode is brought to you by CarMax. Want to buy a car the easy way? Start at CarMax. Want to browse with confidence? Get pre-qualified with no impact on your credit score and shop within your budget. From luxury to family rides, CarMax has options for almost every price range, including over 25,000 cars under $25,000. Want to get started? Head to CarMax.com for details and get pre-qualified today. Want to drive? CarMax.
Calling all college hoops fans. Make your next bet during March matchups at BetMGM go even further with an odds boost token. Simply add any tournament bet to your bet slip and activate your odds boost token. If that bet hits, you'll walk away with a higher payout. For a tournament full of unforgettable moments, BetMGM is your sports book for all of it. Enjoy same-game parlays, live betting through all your favorite games, dark mode, and so much more during March matchups. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. This promotional offer is not available in Mississippi, New York, Ontario, or Puerto Rico. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or 1-800-MY-RESET. Available in the U.S. For New York, 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369. For Massachusetts, 1-800-327-5050. For Iowa, 1-800-BETS-OFF. For Puerto Rico, 1-800-981-0023. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards vary and expire in 7 days. In partnership with Kansas Crossing Casino and Hotel.
Hey folks, Jason Horowitz here with a March Madness update. Only 3 of the NCAA men's 1 seeds are headed to the Sweet 16. That's because Iowa spoiled Florida's repeat hopes last night and will headline South action Thursday, taking on Nebraska. West action will include the only remaining double-digit seed Texas against Purdue. Then on Friday, the Midwest and East regions get underway. Hear Westwood One's exclusive coverage of the NCAA tournament right here.
O'Reilly. Right now at O'Reilly Auto Parts, get 5 quarts of Valvoline full synthetic motor oil and a MicroGuard Select oil filter for $36.99. Limits apply. See store for details. Trust our professional parts people to recommend the products for your next oil change. Visit your O'Reilly Auto Parts store or shop online at O'ReillyAuto.com.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Specialize in policies of $500,000 and above. If you're looking for a new or replacement term life insurance, call Term Busters today for a quote at 1-800-908-7636. You're probably paying more than you should. Call 1-800-908-7636. Remember, 1-800-908-7636. Rate and availability may vary by state. Sample quotes based on preferred non-smoker. Underwriting and exam required. Call 1-800-908-7636 for details. Paid for by Robert Levinger, Insurance Agent.
This is AM 850 WEEI Boston, the home of Rome, Boston College sports, and you better you bet, AM 850 WEEI. This is Bleck and Abdallah on Westwood One Sports. Here's Chris Bleck and Adam Abdallah.
In the NCAA tournament, St. John's beat Kansas at the end, 67-65, and the Kansas Jayhawks, the 4th seed in the East region, they're going home. And Bill Self, after the game, Abdallah, was kind of, he didn't commit to saying that he actually will be back next season for the Kansas Jayhawks. Bill Self, one of the best coaches in the country. Could this be it at Kansas? It would be his decision.
Mm-hmm.
Although in the last couple of years, Kansas has struggled to get to the Sweet 16, and they haven't won at a high level in a few seasons. So especially even winning the Big 12 as of late. So Bill Self in Kansas, they go home. St. John's heads to the Sweet 16. They'll face off against Duke. And Bill Self, the future is unclear on what will take place with Bill Self in Kansas.
Yeah, he's had some health issues in the past, and he's had some health scares. He's been away from the team for a little bit. This has that like Urban Meyer feel to it. No, you know, like he left the team.
Oh, yes, it does.
He left the team for health reasons.
I can. I see what you're. I'm picking up what you're putting down, my man.
You know, and
yes,
and listen,
this does feel very Urban Meyer light.
And if there's an opening at Kansas and possibly North Carolina today or later this week, those are 2 huge programs that are going to be open in this college basketball coaching cycle.
Well, you could argue those are the 2 biggest.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right? Like any Kansas Jayhawk will tell you, they invented basketball.
Well, yeah, absolutely.
So you have Fall Gallon Fieldhouse,
Mm-hmm.
you have the amount of national titles, and I mean the string of years that Kansas won the Big 12.
Yeah.
year after year after year. And so the success there with Kansas, and then North Carolina, the situation with that they have with Hubert Davis, and whether or not they will fire Davis and move on and eventually hire someone that's without from outside of the family. And that's the last 60 years, every head coach at North Carolina has been someone who has played at North Carolina and has ties to the program and a level of success at the program in the past. And I think if you put those two on the table, those are probably the two biggest college basketball programs of our lifetimes. We're both 40. And I would imagine even Gen Xers and those who are in their 50s and 60s would agree that it's Kansas and North Carolina. When it comes to college basketball, there's very few that could be on par with those two.
The last 2 years in North Carolina have been inexcusable. Like you can't not get out of the first round at North Carolina 2 years in a row. Like you just can't do it. That's a school, the Jordan brand, the brand that is North Carolina basketball, to be down like that, and for the rivalry of Duke, North Carolina to not be back and forth, to not have North Carolina basketball be on that level where it gets to the Sweet 16, where it gets to the Elite Eight, where it's not a national title contender year in and year out. And I understand you're obviously not going to be a Final Four team every single year, but to not get out of the first round is insane.
It is. And North Carolina should be better. Now, obviously, their best player was injured for the tournament.
Yes, of course.
So you could look at it from that standpoint, but also that wasn't the excuse last year.
No.
Or the year before. And it's been some time. What, 2019 was the last time that they made a deep run when they got to the Final Four? So it's been, time has passed.
Yeah.
And Hubert Davis, even though he's a nice guy and he's really good on TV and he's a part of the program, he clearly is overmatched in some of these situations, especially at the end of games, and the inability to dictate how the game plays out and get a win in these tough, pressurized situations. The time has come. North Carolina should fire Hubert Davis.
Yeah, absolutely. And that would be, besides Kansas, because we don't know what's going on with Kansas right now, that would be one of the biggest coaching searches. And Josh Graham, who, Westwood One Nights here on Westwood One, put out a graphic and has a pyramid tier of coaching candidates. And I love it because always at the top is Brad Stevens. Always at the top of these is Brad Stevens. The top of the pyramid, the top of the food pyramid is always Brad Stevens.
He's a hell of a college coach.
Yeah, he's also one of the best president of basketball operations
He's not
in the
leaving
NBA.
Running the Boston Celtics.
He's not leaving to go
coach your team.
Go recruit and deal with NIL.
That ain't happening.
And stop pitching Brad Stevens. What are we doing? The second tier is Dan Hurley and Todd Golden. Okay, Todd Golden maybe. Dan Hurley, he's not leaving. I don't think he's leaving UConn to go to North Carolina.
Money talks, though.
I understand that.
But of schools of modern prestige, North Carolina is bigger than UConn, even though UConn has had more success in the last 20 years.
I understand that. And then you've got the Dusty Mays, the Kelvin Sampsons, Nate Oates, all these guys that are normally in these conversations when a bigger program's name gets brought up. So it'll be a fascinating coaching search if this happens.
Talking about the last 20 to 30 years of college basketball, a team that wasn't involved in the tournament this year, they used to always be involved, was Syracuse. They will hire Jerry McNamara to be their head coach. He was coaching Siena, and now he's going back to Syracuse to try and revamp that program. And Syracuse was always in the mix.
Yeah.
Back in the day. And that I think that's also a part of some of these schools trying to hold on to the way it used to be, when the new style of college athletics is you can really win from anywhere. Any team in any conference, anywhere. As long as you have a little cash from the university, like Nebraska. They're not a basketball school, but boom, Fred Hoiberg now is having some success. They're in the Sweet 16, so you can kind of do it anywhere.
Well, yeah, and what we're seeing now is the way, we started the hour is you can win from anywhere, but you can't really make a run deep into the tournament like you used to be able to, because the Cinderella stories is gone because of that. You have to be able to have an influx of money. So if Syracuse can get an influx of cash they're a basketball school. They've got nothing else. Put the cash into the basketball school and help out the new head coach, for God's sake. Come on.
Listening
come on.
coast to coast, they've got broadcasters.
Come on.
They will tell you first and foremost that they have broadcasters, sir.
Tarico, put some money in there.
Costas, yeah, the whole mix. A new mock draft from Todd McShay has been released. We'll talk NFL draft next.
This is Westwood One Sports.
O'Reilly. Check engine, ABS, or maintenance light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. The service is free and provides a report with solutions verified by ASE certified master technicians. And if you need help, we could recommend a shop for you. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan today.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
What if your instincts could pay off? With Robinhood Prediction Markets, you could put your knowledge to work on the events that matter to you. Prediction Markets isn't just sports. It's the Fed rate decision, your favorite award show, and so much more beyond the playing field. Trade events with Robinhood. Visit Robinhood.com/predict. That's Robinhood.com/predict. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap.
Raise your hand if you're excited about feeling older and slower than you should actually. Yeah, I didn't think so. Ongoing pain makes you feel older than you are, but here's the good news. QC Kinetics, patients are getting relief, feeling younger, jumping back into life full speed, and it didn't happen in an operating room. Dr. Tupper and the QC Kinetics medical professional use the latest regenerative treatments backed by real science. Treatments that take the tiny, powerful healing tools inside your body, concentrate them right where you'll need relief. That's how Mike is training for a marathon instead of giving up running. Patrick's golf game is on fire again. Andrea's back in her garden, all real QC Kinetics patients, because no one signs up for feeling old and slower. Find out if you're a candidate for QC Kinetics regenerative treatments. Your visit and consultation is free. Call today, 617-644-PAIN.
Shoot your shot on Prize Picks and get $50 bonus credit instantly in lineups when you play your first $5. That's right, Prize Picks is now giving you $50 bonus credit in lineups when you sign up and play your first $5. Prize Picks makes every dunk, every dime, and every board that much more exciting. So don't miss this chance to get started on America's #1 app for sports picks. On Prize Picks, you simply pick 2 to 6 players, pick more or less on their stat projections, and submit your lineup. Prize Picks also has early payouts. If your lineup gets off to a hot start, you now have the option to cash out those winnings before the game even finishes. And with player stacks, you can also pick the same player up to 3 times in the same lineup. Download the Prize Picks app today, use the code ROAM, and get a $50 bonus credit instantly in lineups when you play $5. That's code ROAM on Prize Picks to get a $50 bonus credit instantly in lineups when you play $5. Win or lose, you'll get $50 in lineups just for playing. It's guaranteed. Prize Picks. It's good to be right. You do have to be present in certain states. Visit prizepicks.com for restrictions and details.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. Do you feel like you're losing control of your finances? If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, we can help you take back control. The IRS is the largest and most aggressive collection agency in the world, and they can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Take control of your tax problem now by calling the experts at U.S. Tax Shield and take advantage of the Fresh Start program and new laws that may allow us to negotiate a settlement for the lowest amount possible. Our team of tax attorneys and enrolled agents can stop collections and get you protected so you can take control of your financial future. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, so call now. 800-785-9132. That's 800-785-9132. U.S. Tax Shield. 800-785-9132.
Are you paying too much for term life insurance? There is a tremendous price war in the term life industry. Rates have dropped dramatically in the past few years. For example, a man age 45 non-smoker can get $1 million of coverage for $75 per month level rate for 10 years, or a man age 50 non-smoker can obtain $500,000 coverage for a month premium of $110 level rate for 20 years. That's right, guaranteed level rate for 20 years. If you're a smoker, we have great rates for you as well. At Term Busters, we specialize in policies of $500,000 and above. If you're looking for a new or replacement term life insurance, call Term Busters today for a quote at 1-800-908-7636. You're probably paying more than you should. Call 1-800-908-7636. Remember, 1-800-908-7636. Rate and availability may vary by state. Sample quotes based on preferred non-smoker. Underwriting and exam required. Call 1-800-908-7636 for details. Paid for by Robert Levenger, Insurance Agent.
This is AM 850 WEEI Boston, the home of Rome, Boston College sports, and you bet. AM 850 WEEI, always live on the free Odyssey app.
Sox spring training.
He's all the way! He's in! On the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network. Now, with all the play-by-play action, here's Will Fleming and Will Middlebrooks.
For one final time from JetBlue Park, the spring home of the Boston Red Sox, we welcome you to Grapefruit League Baseball on the radio. Today, Johan Oviedo welcomes the Minnesota Twins to JetBlue on the final home date of the spring schedule. The Red Sox have a lineup that looks a whole lot like the one we'll see Thursday in Cincinnati. There's been a ton of roster news. The final position players have been notified who's on, who's off. We'll tell you all about the roster decisions made by Craig Breslow and Alex Cora. And we'll have a ball game under sunny skies in Florida right after this. Lineups in the first pitch from JetBlue one more time on the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
You hear that? Spring has sprung, and Shaws and Star Market can help you get out and enjoy it thanks to the Shaws Deals and Delivery app. Download it and save time by grocery shopping online. Get exclusive deals and rewards points. Plus, right now, $30 off your first online pickup or delivery order when you spend $75 or more. Enter promo code SAVE30 at checkout. Pick up prepared meals like sandwiches and our wicked good hot wings. Shaws and Star Market, proud to be local since 1860.
In the season of spring, rediscovering, cleaning, finding things you forgot about? Look at this, your old membership card from the video rental store. I bet you get some points on that you never cashed in. How about finding money that's owed to you at findmassmoney.gov? 1 out of every 10 people have unclaimed property. If you file a claim online, you can print the claim form from your inbox. See if you're on the list of money owed to you at findmassmoney.gov. That's findmassmoney.gov. It's fast, easy, and free.
The South Coast Health Heart and Vascular Program is nationally recognized year after year for providing world-class care. Our heart and vascular team goes above and beyond to deliver the best clinical care and most compassionate service. You receive the time, attention, and communication you need to feel most comfortable, because at South Coast Health, you are what matters most. We are South Coast Health Heart and Vascular. Visit southcoast.org/heart to learn more.
Hi, I'm Mike. And I'm Mark, the owners of Reliable Fence, New England's leading fencing company. Our high-quality fences protect and beautify your property, and always at a fair price.
And right now, you can save big with our annual Spring into Savings sale, where you'll save 20%. Just go to ReliableFencing.com. That's reliable, FENCING.com for the best fence around.
Reliable Fence. You're listening to Red Sox Spring Training Baseball on the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
For one final time under bright blue skies, sunny Florida, JetBlue Park, the home finale in the Grapefruit League season, and Johan Oviedo leads the Red Sox out onto the diamond. They host their crosstown rivals, the Minnesota Twins. 2 more games in the spring, and then off to Cincinnati to open the season on Thursday.
You know it is getting close because the most handsome man in the business, Will Middlebrooks, is gracing us with his presence here today. Brooksy, it is wonderful to be with you. And I don't know about you, but it does start to feel today, tomorrow, like the light is at the end of the tunnel. There's a little different buzz around camp these days.
Well, camp in general had a weird feel to it this year just because of the WBC and these regulars not being here for a majority of camp. You're playing a lot of these games without those guys, so it felt a little off, and it seemed to stretch out and take forever to get to this point. I know I'm speaking for both of us, but we're really excited to get rolling.
Well, and the Red Sox put on an incredible show in the WBC. They were the stars of that entire tournament. And now Johan Oviedo, his final opportunity to put forth his best showing before he starts Game 3 of the regular season. The Red Sox have their opening day lineup on the field today, maybe with the exception of Carlos Narvaez. They will face Abbott, the lefty, for Cincinnati. So maybe some tweaks in terms of the order against the Reds, but this is go time for Alex Cora and the Red Sox. Lots of roster news to share with you as Oviedo fires a first pitch fastball at 93 miles an hour. And we're underway a little bit ahead of schedule, 1:04 p.m. 77 degrees, low humidity. It is absolutely spectacular here in Southwest Florida. Oviedo throws an 0-1 to Cody Clemens, and it's a pitch that misses just a little bit inside, 1-1.
You know, I'm so intrigued by Oviedo, right? Done a lot of innings last year coming off the elbow surgery.
1-1 pitch. That's a curveball that he's working on to try to differentiate with the slider. It missed. It's 2-1.
Yeah, and if you dig into the weeds in the metrics and all that with his pitch shapes, the curveball and the slider tend to have the same profile. They look the same. Now, they're different speeds. Might see some cutters today as he's been trying to work on that.
Man, they believe in him and his stuff so profoundly as a 2-1 is swung on a miss. That was a really good curveball, and it's 2-2.
Yeah, his stuff in zone gets a lot of outs. Gets a lot of swinging miss. He has that riding fastball, as you talk about, good off speed. I think his slider's the most important pitch for him just to get hitters off of that fastball, but he doesn't have to be perfect. He doesn't have to pitch to the edges to get outs.
It is not a coincidence the Red Sox prioritized him and went out and made the deal to acquire him, the 2-2. He is a little bit outside with a fastball. And so now the count runs full. I mean, and they did not give up trivial pieces to bring Oviedo over. They think that the way that his arm works, the way that his natural action is, he could be an elite starter. 3-2 swung on and missed. That was a really good curveball. And a strikeout of Cody Clemens for out number 1.
Yeah, as camp has gone on, you see these outings and guys are working on things and maybe throwing certain pitches in certain counts they wouldn't normally do because they're trying to work on that pitch. Here in this last start, when guys get to their last start of spring, they start going to their normal arsenal of stuff because they want to find comfort in what they normally go to.
Well, we saw that with Sonny Gray yesterday, who was absolutely dominant. Here's a good curveball to the left-handed hitting Brooks Lee that bends in there for strike 1. You've lived through so many spring trainings, and I can only imagine as a player, it can feel like a slug. And especially the pitchers are working on things and tweaking different offerings as the 0-1 is ripped high and deep and foul. But don't you think by the end of it, as the finish line comes near, Will, don't you want to feel like I'm ready to go on opening day?
Yeah, totally. And even through the first couple weeks of the season, pitchers are normally ahead of hitters. Most starters will get between 40 and 50 at bats, which is plenty, but nothing compares to getting into the regular season under the lights.
No balls and 2 strikes. Oviedo throws and a curveball misses outside. Well, I hear what you're saying, but it is pretty obvious early he very much wants to get the feel of that Uncle Charlie.
Oh, sure. I mean, you don't want guys going up there ambushing his fastball. If he starts using the fastball as much as he has in the past, it can be kind of a tell for hitters.
1-2. Is grounded up the middle. Trevor Story has just had a brilliant camp. One step to his right, throws to first. Contreras is there, 2 away.
Yeah, that was the slider there at 82 miles an hour. Nice one. The batter just out front of it, right? Because they have to get ready for that fastball. It only says 93, 94 on the gun, but he's at near the top of the league in extension. He's letting go of the ball a lot closer, so it plays up almost mid to upper 90s.
Yeah, that extension stat really measures how far a guy comes down the mound and from which point he releases the baseball, and he leads a lot of pitchers in that category as a slider to Trevor Larnach. Clips the outside corner, looking good. It's 0-1.
Yeah, seeing some sliders 81, 82, 83 miles an hour, and then some registering as sliders 87 miles an hour. I think that's that cutter that I referred to earlier.
0-1. 2 down, bases empty. The pitch misses down it in. We got a lot of roster news today. There's some rumors about who may or may not fill out the final spot in the bullpen. We do know that Nate Eaton has been optioned down. Andrew Monasterio basically earns the final spot on the Red Sox bench because he can play the infield. He bats from the right side. 1-1, the pitch. That looked really good. A fastball. They appeal no swing. Connor Wong is behind the dish, and it's 2-1.
And looking at this pin, I would think Danny Coulombe is in Cincinnati to start the year. The question is, Zach Kelly, he hasn't been good this spring. That's in question.
2-1. Big swing and a miss. He's had a good curveball, Oviedo, and it's 2-2. By the way, Contreras is at first. Meyer is at second base with Story at short, as you've heard. Durbin at third. Cedon in center, Willier in right, and Duran out in left. So I said this will be the opening day lineup, but there's a young man who's the DH at the top of the order, and that'll be the sort of the mix and matching process for Alex Cora. Where does he get all these left-handed outfielders in there? As a fastball swung on and missed by Larnach, and a great first inning for Oviedo. We go to the bottom of the first. Roman will lead it off, then Story and Duran. No score after half an inning of the Shaws and Star Market. WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Most people would rather assemble a 300-piece cabinet than search for insurance. That's why the Zebra searches for you, comparing over 100 insurance companies to find savings no one else can. Compare today at thezebra.com.
With the Planet Fitness Black Card, you can bring a friend anytime and so much more when you join today. Just $1 down, $24.99 a month.
Join Planet Fitness in club or online today. Hurry, this deal ends soon.
See club for details.
During Lowe's Pro Savings Days, save more on what goes into the job. Add power to your lineup with a free DeWalt 20-volt max 5 amp-hour battery when you buy a select DeWalt 20-volt max tool. Plus, get up to 35% off select major appliances from Whirlpool, Maytag, and more. Get the job done right. Keep more in your pocket. That's Pro Savings Days. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 3/27. Selection varies by location. While supplies last.
Feeling under the weather? You can teledoc that. Actually, for almost everything health-related, checkups, check-ins, and everything in between, you can teledoc that. For your physical health or for your mental health, you can teledoc all that. We've got doctors, therapists, specialists, and coaches all available by web or app. Get started today at teledochealth.com. That's TELADOC health.com.
Hi, this is Roman Anthony. You're listening to the home of the Red Sox, WEEI.
Roman himself will lead it off in the bottom of the first. He's the DH today for the Sox. They got the red tops above white pants, and one of the all-time great first name, Bailey Ober, is the pitcher today from the right side. He misses outside to Roman, and a fastball makes it 1-0. What a fun month it's been to watch Roman Anthony kind of have his breakout moment to the rest of the country as Roman swings and misses at a changeup, and it's 1-1. Will, we've known that this kid can be the next great superstar in the game. It was so fun to see him have so many star moments in that WBC.
And just hello, baseball world. I'm here. Right? He's 21. That's the crazy part.
1-1 is high in the air toward the monster in left, but it'll hang up in front of the track. Trevor Larnach, the Twins left fielder, is there to make the play. And, you know, the moments on the field, the big home runs, all the huge swings that he had, the poise, that was part of it. But I just love the way that the rest of that roster gravitated toward him and just sort of said, in no uncertain terms, this guy is different.
Well, listening to future Hall of Famers and other coaches who've been around the game forever just rave about him just makes us know we're right.
Here's Trevor Story, who takes a fastball high for ball 1.
Because we know what we saw last year when he came up. We know how much that lineup changed when he wasn't in that lineup. But then for the rest of the baseball world to go, oh, okay, he's for real.
1-0 is ripped into right field, but it will hang up back into the right. Not able to make the play is Austin Martin. Story bounces one over the wall for an automatic double. He is ready to hit the ground running. An awesome camp for Story in a one-out double.
That ball's pummeled. I mean, I think it tricked us both off the bat. It looked like a hard hit line drive, but it was going to be caught. It just kept backspinning towards that right center wall as it bounced over for a ground rule double.
So now Story in spring training is 16 for 41, just sort of carrying the momentum from last year. And I'm fascinated to watch what his leadership role looks more like even this year as Jarren Duran stands in. Ober throws and Duran takes a pitch that misses a little bit outside. Don't you get the sense that Trevor, throughout the summer and into the postseason, he was their best hitter? And he's just feeling more and more like himself.
Well, he's always been a leader, but it was hard for him to be that guy when he wasn't on the field.
1-0. Pitch. Duran takes a changeup outside ball two.
How about this guy too, Jarren Duran? I mean, he's grown into a leader and someone that everyone gravitates towards in that clubhouse. And obviously everyone knows his story and what all he's been through. And he's a good ball player, but everyone seems to go to him for a lot of things also.
He continues to mature before our eyes. The 2-0 pitch is another off speed that misses outside, and it's 3-0. Trevor has been so open about, I need to be on the field. I need to be healthy to lead. I really just think we've not yet seen the best version of him in a Red Sox uniform. He was tremendous a season ago.
Drove in 96.
Unk, as they call him, is Jarren, who basically views Trevor as a big brother, his best friend on the team. Takes a strike, and it's 3-1.
Well, that's a good guy to model your work ethic and your game around, is Trevor Story. Absolutely.
He did so much again in the offseason to bring guys together. 3-1 the pitch. Duran takes ball 4. That was a slider that missed outside. And so now the Red Sox will have 2 on with 1 out for Wilson Contreras. I think it's interesting, Will, to think about the roles that all these dudes play in that clubhouse. And Duran, Story, and Contreras each, I think, have their own sort of role in being those guys who set the tone. Wilson Contreras is unafraid to speak his mind. Right-handed hitter with 2 on and 1 out. Ober throws, and Contreras takes a strike. Top of the zone, inside corner, and it's 0-1.
I think Contreras has a big year. He's one of I know we talked about Bregman last year and the swing being built for Fenway. Contreras, another guy. Durbin as well, pulls the ball in the air a lot, which also will always play at Fenway Park. But Wilson Contreras also, just his ability to use the whole field and work counts and put the ball in play is really the model of which this offense wants to follow.
Well, you talk to people who were around him with the Cubs, and they just adored everything about him, the intensity, the competitor. 0-1. Ober looks 2 Story at second. He throws, and Wilson, a little broken bat liner to the mound, and it's going to be a double play. Caught in the air by Ober. Duran was off on contact, and it is a 1-3 double play to end the inning. After 1, no score at JetBlue and the Shaws and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Whoop. Sleep better, train smarter, recover faster, and feel healthier. Understand and optimize your sleep. Get coaching and insights for every age, stage, and cycle. Track over 140 habits. Get a 360 view of your training and workouts. Never miss a second of data with a wireless and waterproof charger. Expect all new features all the time.
Raise your hand if you're excited about feeling older and slower than you should actually. Yeah, I didn't think so. Ongoing pain makes you feel older than you are, but here's the good news. QC Kinetics, patients are getting relief, feeling younger, jumping back into life full speed, and it didn't happen in an operating room. Dr. Tupper and the QC Kinetics medical professional use the latest regenerative treatments backed by real science. Treatments that take the tiny, powerful healing tools inside your body, concentrate them right where you'll need relief. That's how Mike is training for a marathon instead of giving up running. Patrick's golf game is on fire again. Andrea's back in her garden, all real QC Kinetics patients, because no one signs up for feeling old and slower. Find out if you're a candidate for QC Kinetics regenerative treatments. Your visit and consultation is free. Call today, 617-644-PAIN.
Are you in a Toyota right now? Friends in the back seat? You're the friend glue, starter of the group chat, booker of the cabin. Without you, this road trip would still be a what if. Moments like these are why you picked your Toyota in the first place. Because where you're going matters, but who you're going with, that's everything. People are the destination. Toyota, let's go places.
You're listening to the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Johan Oviedo continues as we go to the top of the second inning. For today, Derek Shelton's Twins have Victor Caratini, left-handed batter. In the cleanup spot, the pitch to him is a slider from Oviedo that misses outside, and it is ball one. Today, the Twins do not have their regular lineup. I'm sure we'll see a lot of them tomorrow over at Lee Health Ballpark, just down Daniels Parkway, as the 1-0 misses outside. No Buxton, no Lewis. Ryan Jeffers gets the day off, and Royce Lewis actually is the DH. He bats in the 6-hole today. But the Twins are just a fascinating team about where their season goes, what they might accomplish, what they might trade away at the deadline, as Caratini takes a slider. And he waves over the top of it, and it is now 2-1. Sean Smith just walked in and gave us a very kind note about thanks for a great spring. And, you know, watching Sean on the field before the game today, you think about all the people that go into and put so much time and work into pulling this thing off. The operation that is Red Sox spring training. It's just an enormous effort. And Sean is absolutely the driving engine of all that, as the 2-2 fouled back to the screen. Sean and Brennan and all of the security folks, including Warren Plant, who's celebrating a birthday today. All the people that work so hard, take so much pride in making this the best spring training facility in all of baseball. It's a little bit bittersweet in that way to say goodbye on a day like today, as Oviedo punches out Caratini with a fastball in the outside corner, and he is rolling along as Johan. Third strikeout in 4 hitters, and there's one away in the second.
You know, just the way the upkeep of this whole entire complex. My first big league spring training was 2012, and that was when this place opened, and it looks exactly the same. And I'm not sure many places can say that, as much traffic as this place sees.
Oviedo winds. The pitch to James Outman is fouled off on the first base side.
But even they honor the grounds crew on the field pregame, and those guys are so important down here, because it's not just the game field, right? There's 5 other fields in the back that they're also working on every day to get ready for everyone to get their work in.
Well, I think the fact that Sean and Brendan take so much pride in making this place run so beautifully, as Oviedo misses with a slider to Outman, is just a testament to sort of the perfectionism. It is, in a lot of ways, the legacy of Larry Lucchino, who designed and built this place where no stone is unturned. Every day, fans walk into this ballpark, and they want them to have a perfect experience.
On top of that, just the functionality for the players is so nice here.
1 ball, 1 strike. Here it is. Chop foul on the first base side. I mean, you lived through spring training, and to your point, I mean, they got chefs all over the place, dining rooms, backfields. There's just all the infrastructure is here for guys to get into their best shape
the
to start the season.
resources are there. If you can't get done what you need to get done, that's a you problem, because they give it all to you.
Even though most of them have to get here around 5:30 in the morning. The 1-2 is lined into right field. That's a base hit off the bat of Outman. So there is the first base runner for the Twins here in the top of the second. I know guys are chomping at the bit. You've lived it. You've experienced it. It's time to go. You want to get to Cincinnati. You've been here for 7-8 weeks in a lot of cases. But that doesn't mean that you don't, at least for a couple of days, reflect on all the work for all the support staff that's here.
Yeah, I mean, The older players, yes, I think there's more of an understanding of that. The younger guys are so tunnel visioned in of trying to make a team and trying to make an impression. You don't think about that as much.
Here is Royce Lewis, right-handed hitter, who's one of the most talented players in the game if he can stay healthy, and he takes a sinking fastball outside for ball one. And it's my day because I just got a baseball No Es Aburrido t-shirt from Rob Bradford. About time. I mean, he's just showering you in gifts and just kind of like turns his back to me most of the time. That's right.
That's because I'm always in his ear begging him for it. Hey, man, look at a shirt.
I do love the hat that he gave you, the backwards bees with the baseball bat in the middle.
How much do you love it?
Very good look. 1-0. As Lewis, I think
he balked.
Did Oviedo balk?
He did. His back, he was just about to go to the plate when someone said step off, and that back leg just buckled enough for the second base umpire to notice it and call the balk.
To that point about young players trying to make an impression, make a team, I think today is a hard day for Nate Eaton because he was a really important part of this team down the stretch, great in the playoffs. And the Red Sox, because of their roster, chose Monasterio 1-0 down and in. The runner breaks from second, and Outman, he stole that off the pitcher. Oviedo did not pay him any mind. And so he now, after the balk, is over at third as the pitch missed down and in, 2-0. But Alex Kors said, look, you're not a part of this to start the season. You're going to be here. You're going to help us.
Yeah. You know, and had Durbin been named the second baseman, then Nate Eaton makes his team and he platoons at third base with Marcelo. But that's just not the case.
Infield is in. The pitch. High fly, plenty deep enough, and then some to get the run home. Cedon toward the triangle. On the run is there by the wall to make the grab. Tagging at third is Outman. I mean, it's a brilliant play by Rafael. It's also one on the second to last day of camp. You're just saying, let it drop, don't hit the wall.
I'm watching that, and I'm like, I know where this is going. And in the season, you get excited for it. Here at the end of camp, last couple games, you're saying, please, just if it's going to be close, just let it go. Don't make hard contact. But he's able to catch it about 3 feet away from the wall and chop his feet to slow down just enough.
So it's 1-0 Twins as Austin Martin, right-handed hitter, we've seen so much of in spring, digs in and he takes a fastball. A little extra oomph there from Oviedo. 94 miles an hour with some purpose, but it missed, and it's 1-0.
As we understand, Connolly early pitching on the backfield today, just in case something happens with Oviedo, that he is still in line to make that start if possible. But Oviedo, we noticed the velo 91 to 93 for the most part. He averaged 95 last year on his fastball. I think this is him getting his work in, yet taking care of himself, making sure he is on that plane to Cincinnati.
I'm always fascinated by the way that guys mentally process making this last start. The 1-1 is inside. Did it hit the bat or the hand? I think it hit the knob of the bat, and it's a foul ball to run the count to 1-2. Like, if I'm Oviedo, I assume they've had a lot of conversations about his security on the roster and what he's doing. The most important thing by far is to walk off the field healthy today.
That's it. Get your work in. Get your pitches in. We'll be on the plane.
1-2. Ground ball off of Oviedo's glove. Meyer is going to have to race in. Bare hand, no chance. One of those that instinct takes over and maybe better to let it go through, but it is a deadened infield single for Austin Martin. And the Twins have a 2-out base runner.
Austin Martin flies also. Anything that takes that ground ball off course and makes it not routine, he's got a good chance to beat it out.
It is fascinating thinking about Connolly early, pitching today on the backfields, because I think all of us who've watched him this spring know that he's got a chance to be one of the very best pitchers on the entire team as a curveball from Oviedo misses low for ball one.
I think we're going to look, I don't know, could call this a big take or whatever, but hot take. I think he's going to be a top 20 pitcher in baseball. We're going to look back in about 3 years.
1-0 is skied foul off the bat of Gray. Foul side of first. Contreras gives it a look. It's out of play. And you're not alone in that opinion, Will. There are people now who watch him throw every day. The pitch ability, the velocity, the strength gains.
he's just in control of every at bat, it seems, right? And when he makes a mistake, normally it's off the plate, not over the heart of the plate. He can just pitch, but he also has the stuff to go along with it.
I got notes from people with the New York Yankees the other day saying this guy was fabulous against our A lineup. And we've seen that before. 1-1, the pitch is a little bit up and outside. It's totally understandable the way the Red Sox want to go into the season, manage Connolly's workload after a career high, 120 innings a year ago. They don't want to go too high past that, at least in games that are early on in the season. 2-1, Oviedo throws, and a high fly into right field. Abreu drifting back onto the warning track, appears to have room with the shades on. Backpedaling, he's there to make the grab, and the inning is over. Oviedo gesticulating as he comes off the mound about release points and other things that he's thinking about as he makes his final spring tune-up. 1-0 Twins after the top of the second on the Shaws and Star Market WEI Red Sox Radio Network.
If you're tired of looking for the perfect place on the Cape to call home, Liberty Green in the heart of Falmouth on Main Street is the ideal location. Liberty Green apartments are brand new at minutes from the beach and now available to rent as your new home or as the ideal home away from home or vacation spot. Check out libertygreenfalmouth.com for a full list of modern amenities and see the spacious floor plans of the 1, 2, and 3 bedroom options that are available now. Welcome to your new home or getaway spot on the Cape. libertygreenfalmouth.com. And now your Live Nation lineup. Don't miss Bush, the Land of Milk and Honey Tour, April 12th at MGM Music Hall at Fenway. Hometown reggae mainstay Mighty Music returns to the Brighton Music Hall, presented by Citizens on April 18th. Catch an evening with John Butler on Friday, April 24th at Citizens House of Blues, Boston. And join John Legend for a night of songs and stories on April 26th at the Vets in Providence. For more upcoming shows, tickets, and information, visit livenation.com.
When you're on the go, count on Mass General Brigham Health Plan with 24/7 support, helpful digital tools, and world-class providers. We offer coverage for individuals, families, employers, and retirees, all connected to one of the world's leading healthcare systems. Whether you're playing pickleball in Boston Seaport or hiking with your dog up Mount Wachusett, you can be free to live in your moment. Learn more at massgeneralbrighamhealthplan.org.
We're right back to the Sox on the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Willier Abreu leads it off as we go to the bottom of the second. A Bailey Ober curveball misses outside for ball one. 1-0.
For decades, Honda has redefined performance and reliability, driven by innovation, engineered.
Hey, it's Adam Jones.
And I'm Rich Keefe.
Jones and Keefe isn't just a radio show. It's also a podcast you can listen to anytime. Find us on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you listen.
Want the whole show? Just a single hour? Maybe the best moments? It's all there waiting for you.
Just open your favorite podcast app, search Jones and Keefe, and tap follow so you never miss a minute on demand and on your schedule.
Or lease for as low as $249 per month. Details at SubaruofNewEngland.com.
Cape Cod, it's spring and time to clean out all that junk.
And it's 3-2. He was just great talking about the home runs that he hit in the semifinals and the finals. The 3-2 misses outside for ball four. Because he was in the dugout, and William Contreras, Wilson's little brother, said to him in the middle of that game against Japan as they trailed, "Dude, I think you're about to hit a home run." And he said, "If I do, I'm going to throw it above the lights."
just about.
And he did.
Just about.
One of the most epic bat flips of all time.
It would have hit a catwalk.
Here is Caleb Durbin, right-handed hitter. Hard chopper on the left side, could be two to second for one. Relay to first, Taylor made. 5-4-3, double play. He's lowered his hands. He's trying to be more direct. Will, as a hitter yourself, is that a hard message to kind of get into your brain about try as best you can to do less? Don't swing as hard as you possibly can?
Yeah, because with those fastballs like that, it's so easy as a hitter. You see fastball up, you see velocity, and you swing harder, which makes your swing longer and slower.
Here is Marcelo Meyer. That was a beautiful swing on a curveball right back through the middle. He's made the team. Marcelo has a 2-out hit.
But yeah, I mean, that's a minor change to the swing. It's not a massive overhaul of his stance, or it's lowering the hands, right? And just allowing him to be a little bit quicker from point A to point B.
Well, and we've seen him. He does have these lightning hands, Abreu, and he has so much natural raw power. Speaking of, here's Cedar Rafaela. Holds his hands behind his right ear, and he chops one foul outside the third base bag. If he can cut down on strikeouts, he saw fastballs 43% of the time last year, hit under 190 against them. If he becomes an average hitter against four-seamers and gets to hammer the off-speed the way that he has, I just think the sky's the limit. 0-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. Big sweeper, and it's 0-2.
Yeah, obviously small sample size for spring training for Rafaela, but he's hitting about 350, right? He's been much better. He's a little more patient, not so far in this at-bat, going down 0-2, hacking at everything so far, but a little more patient, a little more selective will help him get in better counts.
0-2. Swinging a shot on the left side into the outfield. That was a really good-looking swing on an 0-2 changeup, and Cedar continues to impress in camp.
And he kind of had that knack over the last couple of years. Even with all the swing and miss, he would get to 2 strikes, and he would shorten up and put the ball in play a lot, not necessarily do a lot of damage with those 2 strikes. But you would like to find that happy medium between just free swinging for the fences and that 2-strike approach where he's just gap to gap and get on base and use that speed.
I really think it has been noticeable how much better he looks in terms of swinging at the good ones and letting the bad ones go. Here now with 2 down is Connor Wong, who, boy, does he need to get something going as a pitch on the outside corner. Called a strike. The Red Sox made it official basically today. Matt Theis is going down to Worcester, so Connor is going to be on the roster to start the year because Alex Cora said he's got a comfort level with the pitching staff. He has not hit at all in spring training. 0-1 is popped up on the first base side, foul. The Twin first baseman Cody Clemens says, I got it. The catcher Caratini yields, and Connor's really rough spring offensively continues. He pops out in foul ground, and the inning is over. 1-0. Twins lead after 2 on the Shaw's and Star Market. WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Hurry to Shaw's and Star Market. Chicken is now just 99 cents a pound. Today through Thursday, pick up Value Pack Signature Select whole chicken, drumsticks, thighs, or leg quarters bone-in for just 99 cents a pound when you use the digital coupon Limit 2. Use the Shaw's app for deals like this, rewards points, and delicious recipes in Shaw's Meals Hub. Short on time? Order free curbside pickup or get delivery. For You digital coupons save you more. Shaw's and Star Market, proud to be local since 1860.
Carpal tunnel syndrome, heart failure that doesn't improve with common medicines. These are some signs and symptoms associated with ATTR-CM, or the cardiomyopathy of ATTR amyloidosis, a serious heart condition with symptoms that get worse over time. Amvuttra, vutrisiran, is a prescription medicine given by a healthcare provider that treats ATTR-CM in adults to reduce heart-related death, hospital stays, and urgent visits. In a clinical study, Amvuttra was proven to help people live longer and have fewer heart-related hospital stays and urgent visits over 3 years compared to placebo. Amvuttra lowers the amount of vitamin A in your blood, which can affect vision. Other side effects include pain in the arms or legs, pain in the joints, and shortness of breath. These are not all the possible side effects of Amvuttra. For prescribing information, call 1-833-256-2748 or learn more at amvuttra.com. Ask your doctor about Amvuttra for ATTR-CM.
When life throws you a curveball, trust Catches Law, New England's hometown law firm. With over 4 decades of success and a local team that truly cares, let Catches Law fight for you. Remember, there's no fee unless you win. Visit catcheslaw.com to schedule your free consultation today.
You're listening to Red Sox Spring Training Baseball
on the Shaw's and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Orlando Arcia to lead it off in the third inning against Johan Oviedo. It's been sharp throws and a awkward-looking swing at a changeup. That almost had cutter action at 89 miles an hour, and it's 0-1. Value Pack Signature Select Whole Chicken, drumsticks, thighs, or leg quarters, bone-in, 99 cents a pound when you use the digital coupon. Limit 2 at Shaw's. The 0-1 is fouled straight back, and it's quickly 0-2. Joe Castig, what's up?
Well, last home game here, another great crowd. This has been amazing. 9,000 or more just about every game here. And tomorrow you have the broadcast with the Twins, so you guys can be on to Cincinnati.
I'm excited for opening day in Cincinnati, where I know they'll put on a big show. The 0-2 swing and an awkward foul back to the screen. You know, Will and I, Joe, were just talking about the operation that goes in here at JetBlue. And you're here for fantasy camp. You do so many events here. Sean and Brennan, the entire operational team here. It's just an amazing thing.
They do a marvelous job, and now it's really a year-round facility. There's a dead period for the minor leaguers where they're not supposed to be here from Thanksgiving till New Year's, but many are recouping from injuries. Then you have the fantasy camp for 3 weeks, and there's always something going here.
0-2 pitch was a curveball that missed low. Oviedo has really leaned on that hook here today. He clearly is trying to emphasize that in his final tune-up. The pitch fouled back 92 miles an hour. You know, Oviedo, when he's right, his fastball's 95, 96. But again, last start of spring, hard to make too much of it.
Yeah, and we talked about earlier with the extension and how he lets go of the ball, the ride on the fastball. So even that 92 plays up like 95. But we're seeing a lot of sliders today from Oviedo.
1-2. High drive into deep left field, but it'll hang up. And actually well in front of the track. Durant is there with the shades on to make the play. 1 down.
Yeah, another slider there. You know, I hate saying, oh, he's working on it, but I think he's throwing a lot more sliders right now than we're going to see when he makes his first start of the season in Cincinnati, likely game 3.
So much of this time of spring, Will, is they're on the backfields. They have all the video equipment watching everything they do, every grip, every spin. As Cody Clemens digs into the left-handed batter's box with Durbin in on the grass at third. Oviedo throws, and Cody does not get a rousing standing ovation and a selfie from Joe Castig as he takes a slider for strike 1 on the outside corner.
It was against the Twins where he hit the home run.
Yep.
Against the Red Sox for the Twins.
And you got a great shot of Roger and Debbie. Here's the 0-1. And that is a little bit low curveball. But the point is that Oviedo is on these backfields and tracking everything. And I think they think curveball and slider look a little bit too much alike.
The pitch profile, the way they break, the angle which they break, how much they break, very similar. Obviously about 7-8 mile an hour difference in that. But I think that's why we're seeing some cutters.
1-1. Here is a curveball that's launched into deep left center field. However, easy does it. Smoothly back is Cedon, and on the track he's there to make the play out. Number 2.
Has there been a rocket sighting today?
I have not seen him. I'll tell you what, this has been a really cool spring training, like they all are. But to be able to have Mo Vaughn, Roger Clemens, Pedro Martinez, all the Red Sox greats come along.
Monet Davis.
That was so cool having the two of them together.
Yeah, 2 great pitchers. And Roger was just as intrigued with her.
Here's a foul back. I swear this is true. There are not many people that I like talking pitching with more than Roger Clemens. I mean, he's just on everything.
Yeah, and he's still in it, and he's still watching every day. You know, and the game has changed so much at how they value pitchers and how they break them down, and he's right there along with it.
2 down in the third. Oviedo throws an 0-1. That one slipped out a little bit. A slider that missed, and it's 1-1.
He was out in right center field last time, Will, out there by the batter's eye. He heard us talk about him, so he came on up.
See, that's cool. He just gets it.
Well, he also adores Joe Castig. The two of them have had a long-standing friendship. The 1-1 is on the ground hard to first and nicely done by Contreras. We're going to have a good time watching good first base defense for the first time in a long time at Fenway Park. The inning is over. We go to the bottom of the third. 1-0 Twinkies on the Shaws and Star Market, WEI Red Sox Radio Network.
1 second, you're enjoying your first day off in forever. Then mid-lunch, your phone buzzes. A window's been broken at home and you're miles away. In 1 second, everything can change. That's why ADT offers security systems with 24/7 monitoring with tech that helps first responders prioritize your emergency. And with the ADT Plus app, you can stay informed and in control of your home from virtually wherever you are. When every second counts, count on ADT. Visit ADT.com to learn more.
Every Nissan Frontier is battle-tested. Its frame is twisted. Its door slammed 13,920 times. And its bed drop-tested over and over. We do all that to the V6-powered Frontier, so you never have to hold back. Nissan, ranked #1 in new vehicle quality among mainstream brands by J.D. Power. For J.D. Power 2025 U.S. Initial Quality Study award information, visit jdpower.com/awards. Awards based on 2025 model year. Newer models may be shown.
Oh boy, it's the spring sale at Reed's Ferry Sheds. 10% off every Reed's Ferry Shed this week. Delivery and installation included, but you want to order now for an early spring delivery date because 10% off ends April 12th. So pop into Reed's, open today till 5. See 16 acres of sheds on display or order online at reedsferry.com. For sale details, make the call.
Call 888-85-SHEDS.
A Reed's Ferry Shed, 10% off. You got a good one.
John Sewer and Drain Cleaning is the name to know when your drains don't flow. John Sewer is also hiring technicians at their Norwood location to handle growing demand in southeastern Mass. To join New England's most experienced team, go online to johnsewer.com to apply today.
We get the job done.
It's Alex Cora. This is the home of the Sox, WEEI.
Hey, be at Fenway April 20th, where the first 7,500 fans to scan their ticket and enter the park will receive a Patriots Day windbreaker presented by JetBlue. Get your tickets and see all April promotions at redsox.com/promotions.
There'll be some Roman Anthony promos, you can be pretty sure, this season. He stands in to lead things off in the third, takes a slider down and away for ball one. Next one is a chopper foul on the first base side. That's a strike, and it's 1-1. I think there's a little bit of an adjustment period for these guys who come back from the adrenaline of the WBC, and yet when the bunting is hung and the national anthem plays on Thursday in Cincinnati, I think Roman and Wilyer and all the Red Sox stars will be ready to go. He bloops one on the left side through for a base hit.
That's just another reason he's so good, right? Is you worry about him about keeping the ball in the ballpark when he's at the plate, but you also shift that shortstop over behind second base to play the numbers and play the ground ball, whatever, and he can just shoot that. You see him do it all the time. That's him getting beat, right? He may be looking off speed, the fastball gets deep, but his bat's through the zone so long, he gets a lot of hits to the left side.
Now here's Trevor's story. Eno Saris, who's a wonderful baseball writer, had an article about bold predictions. He picked Roman to win the American League MVP this season as Trevor takes a curveball high for ball one. And one of the reasons, I as you know, I'm a little reluctant to get too in the weeds on a lot of these advanced metrics and all the things that we now track with the cameras everywhere in the ballpark. But Eno's point was that Roman does something that very few hitters do in the game. The 1-0 pitch is looped into right field. That's a base hit. Bring that to Cincinnati. Anthony is around second. He'll hold, which is a good choice. He and Trevor are aboard to lead things off here in the bottom of the third. And look, we know that Roman has the highest hard hit rate in the game. I mean, it's Judge, Ohtani, and Roman is above them in terms of how hard he hits it. But they do track this stuff, and Roman's bat and barrel are in the zone longer than just about anybody in the sport.
It's room for error. That's it. You can be early, you can be late, you got a chance. And that helps you where you can be fooled. You can be out front. You can be late like we just saw. Still hit the ball hard.
There's Jarren Duran, who's not been laid often in camp. The pitch to him is a borderline strike, curveball. It's 0-1. We are seeing, I think, as we get near opening day, fewer challenges, as I think the Red Sox are now trying to think through what they might do strategically in real games.
And you want to practice that, right? The first few weeks of camp, get used to it, use it. Now let's use it how we're actually going to use it in game.
0-1 is rip foul. Like, I think that was a ball to Duran. And that to me is going to be one of the fun parts of this season. I mean, they're 2-1, nobody out. First pitch, strike or ball, that matters. But mentally, you've got to be ready to not challenge until later in games.
Right, maybe you're facing an ace, right? Maybe you're facing Paul Skeens, and this situation is early, 2 guys on, no outs, and maybe it's strike 3 call you challenge it there. Maybe not the first pitch of the at-bat.
0-2 to Duran. He's got that sort of straight up and down posture right now, and he rips one into right field. That sinks down, and that's the base hit. Anthony will hold at third. Now the Red Sox have 3 straight singles. You know that before the game, Kyle Hudson, Jose David Flores, Alex Cora said to themselves, no one is taking a chance on the bases.
Hey, take it easy. Take it easy.
There's just no reason to risk an injury at this phase.
0.
Plus now Contreras has a chance to launch a grand slam. He bats with nobody out.
It seems like they're going north healthy, which is always a big plus. But I've been impressed with the pitching and the improved defense.
That sound you hear is knocking on wood with all our available hands. But it is 100% true. They so far a totally drama-free spring training. So now they're loaded up for Contreras. Twins bullpen begins to sort of get active, although they're going to let Ober get through at least this hitter. 1-0 Minnesota in the third. Pitch is fouled behind Anthony outside of third, and that's strike one.
Yeah, good sinker from Ober right there. He's done a couple of those really well. He loves his four-seam, and then his changeup is his baby. He's going to use that probably a lot in this at-bat, even with the righty at the plate.
0-1. Ober at the belt. He throws. Swing and a cue shot foul off the end of the bat. Will, I've heard from so many ball players that the times you get hurt are when you're in between, that you're just not certain whether to go full on or take it easy.
Yeah.
And so I think it's kind of a conundrum for these guys. You do have to just kind of play the game as if it were real.
Of course. And once you get to this level, especially early in careers, you don't really have that gear where you can just play at 80%.
0-2 to Contreras. Pitch is swung on a miss. Really good sweeper from Ober. And then Wilson is gone. So that's a big first out for the Twins, and that'll bring up Willier.
Yeah, Ober pitched him really well. Hard sinker in first pitch to get him thinking about that. Maybe the changeup off of it, which he likes to do, and goes 2 big sweepers away, down and away. That one broke a ton.
I like the point you made. The young guys are trying to make the best impression they can. They don't know any other way than to just go full bore. Maybe it's the veterans who have been around a little bit. Here's Willier, who takes a strike on the outside corner. A slider in the back door, and it's 0-1. He really, really had a breakout month of March. Kind of became a national baseball star. 0-1. That one misses outside a slider, and it's 1-1. You know, we've seen this from him. He does have that it factor. Whether it's a day that his grandmother has passed away or back in Houston, the team that traded him, he does have that ability to dig deep on days that mean something to him. The 1-1 is low. And Cedon has a little of that. Roman certainly has it in spades. There are guys on this roster, Will, that are pretty clutch.
And I found that, you know, when I played, there were days of whether you're feeling extra emotion, whatever it's about, you can tap into just a little bit more of an edge, and you can play with that.
It's like that new dad strength. The 2-1 pitch is swung on and missed. That was a mighty rip at a changeup, and it's 2-2. Because it is 162 games. They're not all the same. You're not going to feel the same way every day.
No.
And in a marathon year, being able to tap into that extra little bit.
Well, part of being a big leaguer is finding out how to manage those emotions, right? And picking your spots, because otherwise you're exhausted by June.
2-2. Base is loaded, 1 down. The pitch to Abreu. Swing and a miss. He got him. Ober's made huge pitches to Contreras and Abreu. That was a great changeup, and they're 2 down.
Well, this changeup has always been his pitch. You know, last year hitters batted just 216 against it. The year before, 154. Right, big guy, 6'9". Everything comes out, looks like a fastball, and the changeup is just very good. Just dives below the barrel.
All right, now Caleb Durbin with 2 down, and the bases still loaded. 1-0 Twins in this bottom of the third inning. Ober throws, and Durbin takes all the way a strike on the outside corner. How many days, years I should say, do you think it took you to learn that, about how to kind of manage your emotional workload through a season?
Well, I'm still working on it, Will.
Aren't we all? We're fired up and ready to go. 0-1 to Durbin. The pitch is fouled straight back.
No, but it's a maturity thing, right? It's not necessarily just a baseball thing. It's just growing up, right? Because you're young and you're chomping at the bit for every moment. You're fresh in the big leagues. You want to make that splash, and you're going 110%. And then you realize, man, we still have 80 more games, and I'm exhausted. How do I let this average out a little bit?
0-2 to Durbin, who's really been great this spring. The pitch is very close. A sweeper taken for a ball, and it's 1-2. I would imagine, especially as a rookie, I mean, you're coming on to a team that's going to eventually win the World Series, and I know you debuted in 12, but that was your first sort of full foray with that club, and I would imagine that's not easy to sort of corral those emotions. The 1-2, swinging a chopper foul, because every day you're trying to make an impression.
Debuted in 12, hit 288 with 15.
Sorry.
It's all right. We'll get there. You'll learn your teammate at some point. But
how many did you break camp in 12?
No, I got May 2nd.
Pretty good.
Had the best month of my life in good old Pawtucket.
Well, and every year when rookies do things, you're on the list with people in their first 10, 12 games of their careers.
Yeah, it was a fun year. It was a tough season, obviously. 2012, that's Bobby V year. We had a lot of turmoil within the clubhouse, and I just had blinders on. I was just fighting to stay alive in survival mode, right, and just try to compete in the big leagues and make a name for myself. And then obviously 2013, we get a whole new crew of vets with Johnny Gomes and Mike Napoli and eventually Jake Peavy at the trade deadline, and talk about just the perfect guys for a young player at that level to learn from. Guys who've been there, guys who've done that, guys who've won everywhere they went. And it just set the precedent and set the tone for the rest of my career, really for the rest of my life. I mean, I took a lot of that off the field, too. Just mentality.
1-2 to Caleb Durbin. Bases loaded. 1-0 Twins in the third. Ober is ready. He throws, and Durbin rips one on a hop off the glove of the shortstop. It will at least tie the game. Anthony comes home to score. Story behind him. It's a rocket off the bat of Caleb Durbin, and it's 2-1 Red Sox.
Look, this was looking like it was going to be bases loaded, no outs, and get nothing from it after 2 strikeouts. There to Contreras and Abreu. Durbin. Then Durbin goes down 0-2. Took some tough pitches, fouled off a tough one, and then gets a hanger right there. And this is what we heard about Caleb Durbin. He's a ball player, right? He grinds out at bats. He puts the ball in play. He doesn't swing and miss much. That was a good breaking ball right there, but he got one up in the zone and smoked it. Drive in a couple.
That is exactly the book on Durbin. Contact, he's a grinder, and he puts the Red Sox ahead. Here's Marcelo from the left side. First and third now, 2 down. Ober throws, and Meyer, who singled his first time, fouls one off. So 2012, Pawtucket, 31 for 93 with 9 homers.
How many games was that? Like 20? 20-something?
16 games. 16? Amazing.
Decent.
I beg your pardon. 24 games.
Okay.
Slugged at 677, a 1057 OPS. Not too shabby. And he just carried it into Boston. 0-1 to Marcelo. Pitch. Hard ground ball off the mound. The shortstop Lee does have this on a backhand, a low throw picked out by Clemens. And the inning is over, but Caleb Durbin delivers a bases loaded knock. And after 3, the Red Sox lead the Twins 2-1 on the Shaws and Star Market WEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Spring has sprung, and Shaws and Star Market can help you go and enjoy it. Download the Shaws Deals and Delivery app and save time by grocery shopping online. Right now, get $30 off your first online pickup or delivery order when you spend $75 or more. Enter promo code SAVE30.
Listen up. Are you looking to transform your living space? Visit CCL Homescapes in Abington. From expert kitchen design to custom closets manufactured, designed, and installed, CCL Homescapes specializes in creating spaces that work and look better. Thinking about the ultimate closet makeover? Our design team builds custom solutions tailored to your home, your storage needs, and your lifestyle. Get inspired in our refreshed showroom or start your project online at cclco.com. Cape Cod Lumber, 100% employee-owned and operated.
Let's face it, you can't control energy prices. But there's good news. you can control how efficiently your home heats and cools. I'm Scott McFarland. If your system is older, you could be paying more than you need to in energy bills. Right now, save up to $1,800 on a new Lennox home comfort system, plus an additional $500 from McFarland Energy. Take control of your energy costs, improve your comfort, and start saving. Visit McFarlaneEnergy.com today. McFarland Energy, generations of warmth and trust.
Jockey was founded on a simple notion: to satisfy the human need for comfort. Sure, there are plenty of brands out there that talk about comfort. At Jockey, we don't just talk about it, we obsess over it. Every stitch, every fit, every detail, all designed with your comfort in mind. That's 150 years of perfecting what others overlook. Because comfort isn't claimed, it's crafted. Jockey, crafting comfort since 1876.
You're listening to live play-by-play action of the Boston Red Sox on the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
MLB Plus is new for 2026. Stream MLB Network 24/7 in the U.S. and select out-of-market games every week. Plus live radio broadcasts of every game, game day 3D, big inning, and minor league action. Visit MLB.com/MLB Plus to subscribe today.
We're at the end of spring training, and Doug no longer trusts me to do any reads. He just hands them to you.
Well,
he's learned his lesson.
I've worked on my reading a lot this offseason.
Want to know?
A lot of bedtime stories.
It's a fastball that misses in for ball 2. We're in Harry Potter now in my family. Just cranking them out week after week. 2-0. Will just feigned a spell with his pen as if it was a magic wand. We're getting a lot of that, too.
You'll find out what that spell was in just a few minutes.
3-0 as a slider from Oviedo.
Is it Fittich?
Quidditch. 3-0.
Quidditch.
Is a strike fastball in the outside corner.
That was close. Had me thinking fiddlesticks.
Street I've known well. .3-1 is swung on and missed. All of a sudden I'm walking around my house and I made the terrible mistake of, we were at the bookstore the other day and we paid way too much money for the official Harry Potter magic wands. So now I'm walking around and they both are just pointing them at me saying Expelliarmus, which means you're supposed to freeze.
At least you don't have to worry about girlfriends for a while.
Yeah, not yet Dungeons and Dragons. 3-2 is ripped high and deep into right field. Brady was back. He could only watch it fly. That is a big-time homer for Larnach, and it ties the game at 2. Maybe one too many curveballs he's working on. Second time through, Larnach looking for it, and he knots the game at 2.
Yeah, that ball's hit hard, right? And I know we're right here, right before you end camp and go into the season, and yet still working on a couple things. That one hung up there for him, 77 miles an hour, about as middle gets. That's what's going to happen.
And even in spring training, those Twins are over there in their dugout saying, all right, this guy is working on off speed right now. Here's Caratini. He takes a 93-mile-an-hour fastball that misses outside for ball 1.
Well, I think the Red Sox and Oviedo himself trust the fastball.
Yeah.
But it's not going to be nearly as good without the secondary stuff being implemented in a little bit more.
1-0 is down and in. There are reports from Alex Spear and Chris Cotillo that Ryan Watson, the Rule 5 draftee, is going to make this roster, which makes you wonder what happens with people like Zach Kelly. The 2-0 pitch misses outside. But when you talk about fastball playing off of the secondary stuff, the name that jumps into my mind is Peyton Tolley.
Oh, yeah.
And 2 outings in a row, all the secondary stuff has started to look a lot better.
Yeah, it's big for him. Everyone knows he has a huge fastball. But in this league, it doesn't matter how hard you throw.
3-0 is in there. Curveball, they call it at 81. I don't know about that. It's 3-1.
If a batter can go in there and just dial in on your fastball, it doesn't matter if you throw 106. It's going to get hit if you don't have to worry about a little wrinkle here and there.
Lou's watched his last 2 outings, and he thinks, Merlone, that he's actually like making a leap right before our eyes.
Yeah.
That Tolley is really maturing. 3-1 is low. That's ball 4. We all want Peyton Tolley to be a big part of the Red Sox future because he's so fun and hilarious, and the personality on the mound, all of it he's got the makings of a guy who can not only become a fan favorite, but almost like a cult hero in Boston.
Yeah, what's tough too is part of what gets you to the big leagues is talent and knowing who you are and what you do well, and then staying in the big leagues is the team saying this is what you're going to be if you're going to stay here, and that's when the adjustments have to happen, which we've been watching take place, and he's looked really good.
Here's James Outman, 2-2 the score in the top of the fourth. A solo homer for the Twins in this half inning. Oviedo sets, he throws, and he misses outside. What was that for you? What was it in year 2 or 3 that you needed to get better at in the big leagues?
Just the everyday at-bat to at-bat adjustment of really doing my homework and learning how to prepare and finding out how these guys are attacking me and trying to get me out.
When ball, no strikes, the pitch. Swing and a miss. There's more information now. Was there a teammate of yours in that time that was instrumental in helping you?
Johnny Gomes helped me learn how to watch video the right way, right? And whether that's, if I don't have many at-bats against this pitcher, find a hitter that's similar to me, who likes to pull the ball and hit certain pitches, and watch the video on how he attacked him.
1-1 strike. Once you had all the success early in your career, what did pitchers try to do to get you out?
Yeah, so that's the cat and mouse, and we're seeing that with Christian Campbell. He comes on the scene, he does something really well, and the opposing pitcher says, well, we're not going to give you those pitches until you show us that you can do something else. And that was the same thing with me, is I could hit velocity, I could hammer fastballs, but I would gear up for it, and I could swing through a lot of sliders down and away because I am geared up for that fastball. And I had to make that adjustment of changing my decision-making point of when the ball was on the way to the plate. Instead of seeing it early and being geared up and be able to hit it if it's 150 miles an hour, right? Of seeing the ball a little bit longer, recognizing spin, recognizing location, and just being a little more selective.
Long goes to the mound to talk it over with Oviedo. That must be such a hard process, though, because we're talking about milliseconds at the big league level.
It was hard. It was hard. It's hard for we see it with a lot of guys here, just trying to make that small adjustment of being more selective. And you hear swing decisions. It's really hard when guys are 95 to 100 with 4 pitches.
And I know you weren't as swing happy as someone like Cedar Rafaela, but it sounds like you can relate to, the challenge of trying to find out when or when not to pull the trigger. 2-2, Oviedo is ready. He throws and he misses. Let's take 10 seconds for station ID. Shaw's and Star Market, Red Sox Radio Network.
We are your home for Boston College football, basketball, baseball, and hockey. WEEI AM, Boston, an Odyssey station.
Will Fleming, Will Middlebrooks, Alvaro Hernandez, and Doug Lane, along with Joe Braverman. The JetBlue 3-2 is looped into right field. Abreu starts in, reaches up and makes a sort of hat-high grab for out number 1.
Will, back to that conversation about, learning as a young player, and you mentioned Cedar and how aggressive he was. I was very aggressive. Maybe not that aggressive. As my career progressed, and even in my second and third years in Boston, they wanted me to be more patient. And I feel like at times that hurt me because I felt like it took my go button away, which that's what made me good.
And it is what makes Cedar good,
exactly.
Too. Here is Royce Lewis. Did he get hit by that pitch? No, he was able to dance out of the way on a sinking fastball, 1-0.
Yeah, a little moonwalk right there. You don't want to take one off the top of the foot at this point, especially him.
I think it's such a good point, though, because Cedar has authored so many of these clutch moments. He sent the Red Sox to the playoffs. He walked off the Rays right ahead of the All-Star break. He has that it factor in him. 1-0. Pitch is a strike. I'm fascinated by balancing those two totally different emotions, like trying to be disciplined, calm, thoughtful, but also this is who I am. Let me go. 1-1. Contreras holding the runner over at first. 2-2 Red Sox and Twins. Oviedo throws and a chopper foul outside of third. But I do think with the additions of Durbin and the maturation of Abreu and others, I think the Red Sox have a chance to make it much harder on pitchers this year.
Yeah, and some of these young guys have to realize also, There's more of a book on them at this point. And these pitchers know they do damage. So you're not going to get as many pitches to hit in the zone as maybe you did your first couple years in the big leagues.
1-2 to Royce Lewis. The pitch. Shot up the middle. Story went after it to his left. Couldn't get there. That is 2 smashes by Royce Lewis. He's got a base hit, and the Twins have 2 on with 1 out. We've seen so much of the Twins in this spring training because they're the Red Sox neighbors, and they'll close down at Hammond Stadium tomorrow. It's amazing. You know, Derek Shelton has hit Lewis lower down in the order a lot of this spring, and yet he consistently looks like the guy that he is, just one of the lethal hitters in the American League.
A lot of that, too, when these guys are DHs, they play the whole game. And you want to get the other guys who are going to come out of the game, they're at bats. So that could be part of that as well.
2 on, 1 out. Here's Austin Martin. The Red Sox bullpen begins to get cooked up here. A left-hander begins to throw as Oviedo misses with a slider.
Yeah, that was pitch number 70 for Oviedo.
So he's nearing the end.
Yeah.
Connolly the other day threw exactly 75 pitches before coming out. Sonny was just so efficient in his last start. The 1-0 swung on and missed. Curveball. And it's 1-1. Crochet will start the opener in Cincinnati. Then Sonny Gray. And then this man, Johan Oviedo, will have game 3. And ball 1 strike. Here's the pitch. And a check swing foul off the bat of Austin Martin.
You know, I like this slow curveball he's mixing in there. It's a 20-mile-an-hour spread from his fastball, right? And we talk about getting hitters off of his fastball. The slider's one thing, at the cutter, but having that 20-mile-an-hour difference can really get some, especially early in counts, can really get guys off balance.
1-2. He sets, he throws, and he hit him. Fastball, rather a slider way up and in. He's sort of pantomiming to himself that he lost the release point on that pitch. And so after plunking Martin, the bases will be loaded. Rangers Suarez is going to pitch game 4 for the Red Sox. That's the opener in Houston. Then Bayo, game 5. He's actually, Brian, going to pitch tomorrow. And Suarez has been ramping up here in camp because neither of them got a full workload in that World Baseball Classic.
I'm excited for Bayo. You know, he had his first start of the spring. We went, oh, no. You know, he didn't have his stuff. He's all over the place. I know it's early. And then he locked it in. He's looked a lot better.
Oviedo in a real jam, bases loaded. Probably his last hitter, and he misses with a fastball down and away, ball 1.
But Bayo, you know, I don't know, intentional or not. You know, I shouldn't say that everything is intentional at this level, especially with this pitching group. But the arm slot, he's been releasing the ball higher and has found much better command with his fastball.
1-0. Swing and a miss. Look, it's so clear. It's hard to make these changes in the midst of a big league career. Bayo needs the sinker. He needs the changeup to be the best version of himself.
He's been throwing a curveball also, which I think with the higher release point has helped that pitch.
1-1. Here it is. That's a little outside. It did feel like once he started to lean on the slider and the cutter, for lack of getting too nerdy about pronating and supinating.
Get nerdy, I love it.
He lost that natural arm flow that made him so great breaking in as a young pitcher. 2-1. The pitch is ripped into left field. Duran cannot get it. It's off to his right on one hop. 1 run will score for the Twins. They now lead 3-2, and we'll see whether that is the last pitch that Oviedo throws. But it just felt like once he focused so much on the cutter, the slider, Bayo maybe lost a little of that feel for his bread and butter.
Well, I just think he was just flooded with too many thoughts. And I get it. It's part of it. You're trying to find the best version of him. But when he's at his core with those 3 pitches, he's really good.
Here's Orlando Arcia, who takes a slider very close, but a ball down and away, and he was awesome for the DR. And then in his most recent start for the Red Sox, in the Grapefruit League. And again, this is why Craig Breslow went out and got the Oviedos and the Suarezes and the Grays of the world, because Brian does not have to be a top-line guy. Here's a looper into left field, and it is going to be off the glove of Duran on a dive, and he is down and upset. You hope he's not hurt on that diving play. 2 runs come home to score, and Minnesota leads it 5-2. That was just right in between the center fielder and the left fielder, and Duran, who is so hard on himself, was not happy that he couldn't bring that thing in and 2-run score.
Yeah, he just wanted that for Oviedo. You know, he was trying to save him, right, help him get through this tough inning, and just off the very tip of the webbing of the glove, full extension. You know, the way he laid there from up here, couldn't get a good look, and we're hoping, okay, is he okay? He's just fine, just frustrated.
We'll get Will Middlebrooks' read on Oviedo's start, his final of the spring when we returned. It is 5-2 Minnesota in the Shaw's and Star Market, WEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Cape Cod, it's spring and time to clean out all that junk. Look no further than Nauset Disposal. The team at Nauset are the waste management experts based in the Cape, with waste and recycling options for everyone, from homeowners to businesses and contractors. They are committed to keeping our beautiful community clean and green. Visit nausetdisposal.com to schedule a dumpster rental now. For all of your waste and recycling needs, visit nausetdisposal.com. That's nausetdisposal.com.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
7 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
We'll go back here to JetBlue. As Michael Sansone, left-handed pitcher, enters the game for Johan Oviedo, who threw the ball okay, right? Okay, all right. It's his last start before heading to Cincinnati. You know, the fastball velo was a little down. I thought the command of the fastball was a touch off. Clearly working on the curveball. Today, there were a ton of those. Just looking at the pitch usage, he was 23% curveball, 33% sliders. So that's a lot of off speed. And for some reason, even in his last start, right before we go into this thing, he was still working on that curveball, which is going to be a pretty important pitch for him.
Michael Sansone is on the mound, the left-hander, facing Cody Clemens, and a cut fastball. Called a ball that misses just inside. Download the Shaw's and Star Market deals and delivery app and save time by grocery shopping. Online, get $30 off your first order, pickup or delivery when you spend $75 or more. Enter promo code SAVE30. Here is a high fly. Into left field, Duran having a hard time with the sun. He is there to make the play with one hand. And they're 2 down. So there'll be some hand-wringing about Oviedo's final spring tune-up, as Will just talked about. And again, it's so hard to think too much or put too much stock in these last spring tune-up starts. But that's the reason the Red Sox feel so well positioned going into the season, because they have more starting depth than they have had in years. Here is Brooks Lee, right-handed hitter, as Sansone misses with the changeup for ball 1.
You talk about guys in their last start and taking the foot off the gas a bit, which that can play into lack of command. The fastball velo was down. He was clearly, these guys are trying to get out of here in one piece. But you could be a little concerned about the curveball and lack of command with the off speed.
1-0, misses down and in.
But at times, there were some really good ones in there as well. But you see the hit by pitches on the slider and the backup breaking ball. That's a little worrisome. But like I said, you don't want to read into it too much right now.
2 balls, no strikes. Sansone throws. 9th hitter of the inning, fouls one off on the third base side. And, you know, the good news for the Red Sox is that no matter whether they're trying to manage workload and figure out how to control innings for Early and Tolley, you have these other monsters who are able to come up at any moment and make great starts as Lee takes a fastball 89 miles an hour in the corner. It's 2-2.
Yeah, it's kind of two birds, one stone type thing where you control not only innings with Tolle and Early, but also service time.
Well, and remember, Patrick Sandoval and Cutter Crawford continue to ramp up on the backfields here at JetBlue.
But with that said about controlling those things, you also want to get off to a good start. It's hard running uphill 2 weeks into the season.
Well, and the Red Sox have their work cut out. I mean, it is a tough schedule to begin the season. 2-2. Sansone fires and Lee fouls one straight back. I do think it's going to become a conversation if the Red Sox do not get off to a good start and do not have consistent starting pitching with a guy like Connolly Early available to come, who's proven that he can do it at this level. 2-2. Bases with two Twins on him, and Sansone takes one off the spikes. Contreras gloves, but he's got no chance over at first base. That's a hit with an ouch on the mound, and the Twins once again have the bases loaded.
And back to that conversation, how often do you see a pitcher make a start in a wild card series and then not make the team?
Yeah.
You know, he's pitching in arguably the most important game of the season, and you're thinking, this guy's a dude, you know, and I understand the reasoning for it, but you also want him in this rotation.
Alex Cora, Brandon Henry come out to check on Sansone. He is okay. I mean, it is a bottom line business, and I think everyone in the front office, in the ownership suite, they understand making the playoffs, while a step forward, was not good enough for this coming year. They want to stick around. They want to make a deep run. And so I do think there'll be some more urgency early in the season as they manage the roster. 2 down, bases loaded. Sansone fires a slider that misses outside, and it is 1-0. Red Sox will use Chapman, Whitlock, Slayton, and Coulomb today, but this is one of those spots where they're just using Sansone to get out of a jam, give a clean sheet to those other high-leverage relievers. Here's a little looper to third. Durbin has been great. He makes the wrong choice and throws to second, and that'll bring a run home for Minnesota. It was sort of a soft little blooper to third. I think he had the out at first had he gone that way. Instead, he went the short way to second, and it'll be a fielder's choice run for the Twins.
Yeah, a little bit of a mental error, which you don't see much from Durbin. You know, I didn't hear it, but that doesn't mean it didn't happen. Someone yelling too, right? Whether it's a catcher, whether it's Trevor Story, someone thinking there's more time. Even though Durbin has the best view of that timing, he definitely had the out at first, I thought.
So 6-2 Minnesota. Bases remain loaded. Caratini is the batter. Strike at the top of the zone. Look, well, these are human beings, and they've been here now for almost 2 months, and they get here at 5:45 in the morning.
Yeah.
And they see the light at the end of the tunnel. Caleb Durbin knows he's going to be the opening day third baseman as a cut fastball misses high, 1-1. I think it is totally understandable that one little bouncer after you've been on the field for a 25-minute half inning to not make the right choice.
Yeah, not the end of the world. It just prolongs this a bit longer.
I've loved getting to know him and watching him play. I think Caleb Durbin is going to be a fan favorite.
Absolutely will be.
1-1. Sacks still packed. There's a foul. Look out in the on-deck circle. James Outman almost just got smoked by that foul ball, and it's 1-2.
That's the worst feeling because you're so close, and the ball's coming at you at 90+ miles an hour, and by the time you flinch, it already hit the net behind you.
Did you ever get smoked?
Never got smoked. Never got smoked. Close.
Here's the 1-2. A little bit high. Fastball. You're defenseless. I mean, these on-deck hitters are 70 feet away from
max.
A hard ball, yeah, less than 2-2. Pitch is high and foul. This is one of those innings that you long for the COVID years where the manager just would wave across the dugout and say,
roll it.
We're good. Roll the inning. This thing has gone on and on. 6-2 Twins in the fourth.
Sigh of relief from cardboard cutouts.
The pitch is down and in. That was such a blur. What a weird time that was.
I mean, just in life, not even baseball, just
totally
everything.
I spent that year 80.
The combination of the diet and the coaching really pushed me over the top. My self-confidence soared. I'm walking, I'm working out. Instead of 68, I feel like I'm 28. I just had my annual physical and my doctor looked at my blood pressure and he said, "What did you do? What happened?" And I explained that I'm on the Awaken 180 program. I've never felt so good in my life. And as somebody that sometimes likes to take the shortcut, I didn't have to do that with this program. Awaken 180 is my solution for weight loss.
Paul's solution for weight loss. My solution for weight loss. Teddy J here. Lower blood pressure, increased confidence, feeling years younger. Want the same results? Then do what we did and make your own 180 at awaken180weightloss.com. Awaken180weightloss.com.
You're listening to Red Sox Spring Training Baseball on the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Cedar Rafaela to lead it off in the bottom of the fourth inning. The Red Sox and a rough top half of the frame that saw Johan Oviedo's day come to a close. Here is Cedar. Bailey Ober continues in the game. The pitch to Rafaela, a little bit high with a fastball. It's so stupid in a way to overanalyze and to speculate too much, but Cedr's strike zone feel in this camp, we've watched all of his career. He looks much better. Here's a hard ground ball to third, is gloved, and a throw over to first in time. I really believe that there is a tangible difference in how he's able to see the ball through the zone.
Yeah, and not to be negative Nancy, but it looked that way last year in spring training also. But then he had a couple good months, but then towards the tail end of the year just ran out of gas, went back to his old ways.
Here's Connor Wong, who would like to find some of his older ways. He really has struggled with the bat. He swings and pops one into shallow left field toward the line, and it will stay in play. And the twin left fielder, Trevor Larnach, is there to make the play. It's been a lot of quick, soft outs for Connor Wong, 2 down.
I mean, after that long inning, right, you give up a 5 spot, tons of pitches, defense is out there on their feet forever. Well, that's 3 pitches and 2 outs. I know it's spring training, but goodness.
Well, and Alex Cora wants to leave these guys in the game for as long as he can, but this script starts to become one where maybe they kind of reassess that in the middle of the game about how much they want these guys out there, as Roman Anthony, the leadoff hitter, takes a changeup outside for ball 1.
Yeah, and some of these guys who, the everyday players, he'll have that conversation. Hey, do you want one more at bat? Are you good? What's up? How you feeling?
1-0. Strike on the inside corner.
So some of these guys will make that decision for Alex. He'll give them the option.
You're talking about the Cedr's process in spring training and the regular season. I do want to follow up on something that seems very interesting as Anthony rips one into right field. He's always the most interesting man in the world. He is aboard with his second hit of the day, and he's got a 2-out single. That'll give the defense and the hitters a break, and will extend the inning for Trevor Story. Can you describe how hard it is as a player to go from the long journey that is spring training and then have to kick that adrenaline in when it really starts to count and go on the back of your baseball card?
It's not hard. You're excited. The adrenaline takes over. The hard part is the sleep schedule.
Yeah, you're flipping your days entirely as Story takes a strike. I thought maybe that looked way outside to Trevor. He will not challenge here, although that to me looked like a ball, but it's 0-1.
They're not challenging because they want to get out of here.
Get it over.
Yeah, these don't count.
It's a great point. They're here at 6 a.m. They go home at 4 p.m. and are in bed by 9. And then, the most important time of their year, the games start at 7 p.m. 0-1 is a little bit outside. A sweeper, and it's 1-1. How would you manage that?
You just have to try to get on that schedule. I mean, you just have to wear it for about a week. And, in looking at the Sox schedule, I mean, they have 4 o'clock, 4 o'clock, 1 o'clock to start. So they're not extremely late.
1-1, the pitch, low, but called a strike. Again, Trevor is looking to the heavens. He kind of flinched with his left hand. Again, it's only the fourth inning, so I don't even think in a regular game he would challenge, but that did look like a ball to me.
Yeah, the first one was right on the corner. I'm waiting for the tracker to keep Yeah, that one right on the bottom edge as well. So those were both actually strikes. They were just caught poorly.
1-2 to Trevor, always with the baby blue shoes. Looking to go back-to-back with great offensive seasons. 1-2. That's low. I find it very interesting to see how Alex Cora will manage Trevor, because you know him better than almost anybody in this Red Sox orbit. He wants to play every day, and I'm not convinced that that is the best program for the Red Sox. We saw what happened down the stretch. 2-2. Here it is. He pops it foul. I mean, you get it. He wants to play every day. He wants to lead, but what's best for him to get the best version of him?
At his peak, right, where he doesn't have those valleys where he's tired, right? Give him a breather once every couple of weeks. But if that's the case, you know, the conversation then is, does Marcelo play short? No, it's probably Izzy, right? It's probably Kiner Falefa. Because I think they want Marcelo to get comfortable being the everyday second baseman. For now.
2 balls, 2 strikes. Red Sox trailing 6-2 in this bottom of the 4th inning. Anthony leading at first. The pitch, swinging a foul, which I think makes a lot of sense, don't you? Well, as a young player, play one position.
Yeah, you don't want to bounce around. And they have a guy in Kiner Falefa that can play anywhere and play a tick above average just about anywhere.
Seems like Monasterio an absolute lock to make the team, as Nate Eaton was optioned to Worcester today, and Monasterio can play a little first base.
He can play short as well.
All over the place. Here's Story. Skies went into shallow right field. Long run in for Austin Martin, and the Twins will not make the play. Arcia, the second baseman, went into a foot first slide. That's a Bermuda Triangle beauty, and Story's got a base hit, moving Anthony over to third with 2 down.
Trevor's got a couple knocks. The first one, it was a changeup he cued through the 4-hole. This one, he throws his bat down. He's angry because he misses a hanging breaking ball that he kind of leaped to left field on and blooped it to right, but he hit it just soft enough in that perfect spot where nobody could get to it.
Don't you want to save those lucky hits for May?
You'll take them. You'll take them anytime. But yeah, in a game like this, you'd rather hit a rod to center field, right? And line out. That's a perfect at bat, spring training at bat for a veteran.
Here now, Jaron Duran. Red Sox fans, mark your calendars. On April 6th, the first 7,500 fans through the gates at Fenway receive a Roman Anthony rookie card bobblehead. The pitch to Duran is a little bit outside. I told you there'd be Roman promos all year long. It's presented by Benjamin Moore. Don't be late. Get your tickets at redsox.com/promotions.
We're going to see his face all over everything in Boston.
Yes, we are.
Which we should.
1-0. Pitch. A little bloop foul.
Got to think
third base side.
I think the north end's going to love him. Right? There'll be a few sandwiches, maybe a couple pastas named after
Maron.
Let's see. Well, that's the wrong language. We'll work on that.
1-1 to Duran. First and third. Here's a foul. It's not the wrong language. I see what you're saying. You get ciao, buonasera.
You still say see.
You do, right? You don't doubt yourself.
Right. I might have Googled it. We're good.
I think your point is right, though. He's going to be a national baseball superstar, and he's going to be right there with Drake May in terms of the faces of Boston sports.
The second year is really tough for these up-and-coming superstars, right? Because the league adjusts to you. Now, when you watch his swing, we talked about the adjustability of his swing. That's where those adjustments aren't as difficult.
1-2 to Duran. The pitch is fouled off. And just knowing him, I really don't think he's got a personality that is going to be overwhelmed by too much of the fanfare.
He's the same guy every day, which is rare for a ball player of any age. But a 21-year-old who just got to the big leagues and get all this publicity and all this success early, it's even more rare.
It seems to change him none, which is an incredible thing. 1-2 to Duran, first and third. Roman over at third, Story at first. 6-2 Twins. The pitch high and outside, a changeup. I loved what Roman said about the WBC and how much he enjoyed just absorbing everything from all of those other great players in that dugout. 2 balls, 2 strikes. To Duran. One last time, the fans into it. The pitch, swing and a miss. He got him with a fastball, did Ober. And the inning is over. We go to the 5th inning. 6-2 Twins in the Shaws and Star Market. WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
It's Tiki Barber with 2 words any business owner wants to hear: extra income. Amazon Hub Delivery is looking for ambitious business owners in your area to assist with local deliveries. You get paid for each package delivered. Amazon Hub Delivery has no startup costs, no long-term contracts, and no delivery experience required. If you're a local business ready to assist with Amazon deliveries, sign up today at Amazon.com/Hub Delivery. That's Amazon.com/HUB Delivery.
Spring fashion has arrived at Macy's stores, and Macy's VIP sale is the best time to save on all of it. Come in and find our best brands like Good American, Tommy Hilfiger, and Calvin Klein, all for 25% off. Plus, beauty and fragrance from Burberry, Prada, and more is now 15% off. Or Star Rewards members can earn Star money even faster on everything else. Only at Macy's VIP sale today. Savings off regular and already reduced prices. Exclusions apply.
Do you suffer from sore feet, back, knee, or hip pain? The Good Feet Arch Support System has helped many people find relief, like Tim.
I'm always telling my colleagues who have sore feet, this is the greatest thing. I'll even take my shoe off and show them. And I believe in the product so much. When you have something that works, you kind of want to share it with people. It worked for me, maybe it can work for you.
Or do you wake up at night with heel pain, like Crystal?
I would wake up in the middle of the night with all kinds of pain in my heels and in my arch. So I went to the Good Feet store. And ever since then, I've been pain-free. I wear them every day. I wear them when I walk, at the gym, when I work. They're great.
Get back to walking, working, and exercising, and imagine a life without pain. No shots, no surgery, no medication. You've got nothing to lose but your pain. Stop into the Good Feet store today for a free fitting and test walk. We have 10 locations throughout Boston and southern New Hampshire to serve you.
Back to doing what I love and more. Thanks to the Good Feet store. Thanks to the Good Feet store.
You're listening to the Sox on the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network. Now back to the play-by-play action.
One of those spring training moments. First of all, Doug's yelling at us at the top of his lungs, but Johan Oviedo is back on the mound after being removed for Sansone. And this makes all the sense in the world. A 90-mile-an-hour fastball misses down and in. That's, I think, at least sort of noteworthy. But they want him to get up and down. For these pitchers at the end of camp, the most important thing is sitting down, waiting in the dugout, coming back to the mound and getting your arm used to that as the left-handed hitter James Outman takes a slider for strike 1.
Normally this means you're going to see a pitching change in inning, depending on how many pitches they want Oviedo to actually throw. But normally it's just the up-down, which you just mentioned.
1-1. Low, you promised me some burpees, speaking of up-downs.
Oof, you're right. It's a little cooler in Cincinnati, I got you.
What is that now, 82 pitches for Oviedo? Which is very much near the ceiling, you would think, for what they want him to throw. As a 2-1 fastball misses down and in, 3-1. And again, we're in this weird space where, results are hard to gauge. I don't know that he nor the Red Sox really are that bothered as he misses inside with ball 4. And here comes Alex Cora. And again, he sat down, he came back to the mound, but if you're going to be fair about it, that is not exactly an encouraging outing for Johan Oviedo. He looks to the heavens, crosses himself as he walks off the field. The Red Sox will go to their bullpen yet again. Value Pack Signature Select whole chicken, drumsticks, thighs, or leg quarters, bone in, 99 cents a pound. When you use the digital coupon limit 2, we'll limit ourselves hopefully to 1 pitching change in this inning as Justin Slayton's going to come on with a runner aboard and nobody out in this 5th inning. 6-2 Twins. The Slayton Show when we return on the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Hey, it's Sean Flaherty, managing partner of Catches Law Group. Every Sunday, the Patriots fight for New England on the field. And every day, Catches Law fights for New Englanders off the field. For over 40 years, we've been more than attorneys. We've been neighbors, parents, fans, and friends. We've fought for hardworking families, injured workers, and people who simply need someone in their corner. That's why the Patriots named us their official law firm. Because when it comes to standing up for our community, Catches Law shows up every day.
This is Scott McFarlane of McFarlane Energy. While there's no shortage of companies offering heating oil delivery, boilers, furnaces, heat pumps, and air conditioning, we stand apart from the rest. Since opening our doors in 1946, our goal has been to deliver the best combination of price, expertise, and equipment to all of Eastern Mass and the Cape. This winter, consider McFarlane Energy for your next oil delivery. You'll love our prices, and we'll treat you and your home like family. And don't forget to ask us about cleaner burning bioheat. Please visit us at McFarlaneEnergy.com.
It's Peanuts Day at Fenway. Fleming, I know you love that.
Of course it is.
Join the Red Sox on Sunday, April 5th for a one-of-a-kind experience. Purchase through this special offer and get a limited edition Joe Cool and Woodstock bobblehead. VIP packages include more. Get your tickets at redsox.com/peanuts. Of course, don't do that if you're allergic.
I was sort of partial to Linus, dragging the blanket around. Here now, Royce Lewis, who's looked very good at the plate. This is a fun test for Justin Slayton with a runner aboard, and Justin fires a strike on the inside corner. Cutter, and it's 0-1. This will be obviously his last tune-up, and I don't think it's an exaggeration to say he is such a critical part of that bullpen mix to try to get it to Whitlock and Chapman whenever possible.
Well, so often you think about back end of bullpen, you think setup and closing, but you got to get to that point with a lead, which includes the 6th and most likely 7th inning for Justin Slayton.
Which is where today's bullpen moves get a little bit interesting because, the Red Sox, if they are awesome at the back end, the 1-1 is ripped foul. Lewis looks totally dialed in at the plate today. Smokes that one foul. And it's 1-2. But Samaniego was optioned down. There are reports from Cotillo and Spear that maybe Ryan Watson, the Rule 5 man, is going to make this club. But there are so many days over the course of 162 games where that 5th, 6th inning gap, especially early in the year when the starters are not stretched out, matters.
Yeah, and Zach Kelly, to be frank, he hasn't been good this spring. Did not look right yesterday.
1-2. Slayton sets just above his belt. He throws. And a ground ball that should be 2. Story's got it to second. Marcelo, so smooth. Throws to first in time, 2 away. Some of the glove flips that Marcelo had the other day were absolutely outrageous. And, no matter what he does, Marcelo's looked pretty good at the plate today. As long as he plays a good second base, I think the Red Sox will be happy.
Sure, and he just has to continue to develop at the plate, which is going to be a work in progress, which it is for a lot of young players, but he has that ability to be a difference maker on the dirt.
Here now, Austin Martin, 2 down, bases empty. 6-2 Twins in this 5th inning as a pitch. A sweeper misses down and away, ball 1. Cutter Crawford is going to be the pivotal, high-leverage long man in this Red Sox bullpen when he can get ramped up and get healthy. But it is one of the few things the Red Sox are really thinking about going into the season as a cutter from Slayton misses outside 2-0. It's a role that rears its head more often than people who are looking at FanGraph win projections think about.
That's true. You think about certain games last season.
2-0 is a ball inside.
Where you're going into, I remember one specifically in Minnesota, where I believe we had a 5-run lead, and you mop up comes in, gives up 2-3 runs, and you have to throw Aroldis.
3-0 is a strike. It's such a great point. Those days when you have big leads, you have to have people who can keep it where it is to stay away from the high leverage.
Just get outs. Doesn't have to be flashy. Just throw strikes, get outs.
3-1 is a little bit inside a cutter that missed. I know that the Red Sox have been impressed with Keller and Samaniego. And I think both those guys have a real good chance to be a part of this thing this season.
They do. In that same breath, no one exactly stood out to me. I thought they were all just okay, right? I don't feel like anyone really grabbed the job and earned it, you know? And when Watson was at the top of that list, him being a Rule 5 and them liking his stuff helped his case because you want to keep him around.
1-2 out the pitch. Called a ball. That was a fastball, 95 miles an hour outside, 1-0.
I thought Watson's best outing was yesterday. I thought he looked in control. He was throwing strikes with all his pitches. He was putting guys away.
Well, and maybe that leads to some of the reporting that's going on about how he maybe has made this team as a 1-0 pitch as a cutter fouled back to the screen.
Well, let's say he makes this, or he makes the team, right, as a Rule 5, because if not, well, he was Rule 5 selected by the Oakland A's from the San Francisco Giants. If he doesn't make this team, he goes back to the Giants. You lose him. Well, if he makes this team and you don't want Zach Kelly there, he has options. Right?
1 is a strike on the inside corner.
He can go to Worcester, and you keep both guys, and they're interchangeable. If you get to the point where Ryan Watson's not doing the job, then you can let him go. But that would give them time to let someone go to AAA and continue to work on what they need to work on.
Well, and you got Sandoval and Crawford continuing to dial up, and you figure both those guys are going to be on the big league staff, so then it just gets even
Also,
tighter.
Don't forget about Canely.
Yep.
Right? He looked good.
Not a coincidence. They signed him when they did. 1-2. The pitch is just outside. Slayton thought he had him struck out. He was starting the march to the third base dugout.
Yeah, Slayton's stuff has looked better as of late. He had his first 3-4 outings of the spring, and he didn't look like himself. Clearly working on some stuff, and then his last 3 or 4 outings, he looks good again.
2-2. That is a nasty curve.
And the fastball, the previous fastball that just missed was 96, which is a really good sign.
Twins have used a pinch runner, number 67, either Murphy or Murphy Hernandez. M-E-R-P-H-Y. Murphy, sure. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 down. Murphy leads. Slayton throws. And a breaking ball, a little bit low. Let her run the count full to Tristan Gray.
Grace swung the bat well today. Hard hit ball to right field that was caught. And then a single, another hard hit ball to left in his last at bat.
He was on the Red Sox for 30 seconds last year. Here he hits one hard to first. It is handled by Contreras, who steps on the bag, and the inning is over. Probably the final spring at bats coming in a moment here for some of these Red Sox regulars. They trail 6-2, bottom 5 after this on the Shaw's and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
The greatest fear in home repair is the unknown. But Ranch Roofing cuts through the confusion with a dedicated on-site project manager and dedicated crews that treat your home like it's their own. We are proud to serve families throughout Boston and Metro West with transparent pricing and no obligation estimates, so you can stop worrying about who's on your roof and get back to what matters under it. Visit ranchroofing.com for a free estimate. Ranch Roofing, it's not just a roof, it's the people under it.
This past winter will certainly be remembered for severe cold and plenty of snow. Hi, this is Michael Ferrante with the Massachusetts Energy Marketers Association, and the members of our association are proud to have successfully kept over 800,000 homes and businesses safe and warm with heating oil, renewable biofuel, and propane, and for keeping our customers' heating equipment running efficiently. Our industry was also a partner in keeping our electric grid up and running during extreme winter weather. We also demonstrated that our electricity demands can only be met by using different fuels to produce the power we all need. For a listing of our member companies, visit massenergymarketers.org.
Hi, it's Eric and Renee Peabody with Window World of Boston.
When you work with Window World, your curb appeal goes up. We offer a wide selection, including custom wood.
From $99 per month, no money down, for a house full of windows installed.
Plus, all of our windows are Energy Star rated.
And while $99 a month for a house full of windows installed is impressive, we encourage you, shop around. We're simply the best for less.
It's time to love where you live. Locally owned.
Nationally known. Visit us at windowworldofboston.com.
You're listening to Red Sox Spring Training Baseball
On the Shaw's and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Wilson Contreras leads it off against Bailey Ober in the bottom of the fifth inning. Twins lead 6-2. The Minnesota club has made a couple defensive adjustments. Gray moves from third to second, and Arcia swaps with him from second to third as Contreras swings and fouls a fastball back to the screen, and it's 1-1. I don't think there's any question, Will, that one of the early season stories for the Red Sox is what this man Wilson Contreras can look like, both defensively and with the bat at first base as a strike. Change up on the outside corner, 1-2, and he's going to challenge. He's had a very good track record in this camp. He's also totally unafraid to do it. We get the call, and it was a ball. These former catchers know what they're doing. Well, that's the classic. We're trying to prepare for the season, get used to the strategy, and 6-2 in the fifth. Contreras leading off challenges.
Right, 1.4 inches off the plate.
Yeah, so that's a pretty big miss. 2-1 is a little bit outside.
Which is insane to think about, right? An inch off the plate, and we're like, that's a big miss.
I think that one thing is going to happen. Well, two things are going to happen at the same time in this coming season. We're going to appreciate how good umpires are at this job of calling balls and strikes as Contreras takes a fastball outside 3-2. And yet, I think we're going to all very much appreciate the system that is in place now to get the really important ones right.
I mean, you saw it in the WBC.
3-2 is popped up on the left side of the infield. Brooks Lee, the shortstop, looking up into the high sky, is there to make the play. Yeah, that last strike was not one in the semifinals against the Dominican Republic, and you can guarantee that ABS will be a part of the next WBC.
Oh, yeah.
If you came from Mars and you heard me just say, WBC will have ABS next time as Wilyer Abreu smokes a ball into deep center field. It is high and it is gone. Wow, is that encouraging? What a beautiful swing for Abreu. Left center field, a shot out of here, and it is 6-3.
Well, we talk about him getting to fastballs better. Now, that's just 90 miles an hour. But a really good swing from Wilyer Abreu, short and compact to the ball. You love when he hammers a ball left of center field like that one was, because that means all the mechanical changes, all the things he's been working on are just working perfectly.
It is so hard to not think about what a breakout, all-star, superstar type season he could have. As Caleb Durbin, who's looked good at the plate, takes ball one.
Well, you talk about mechanics and swing path, and that was a four-seam fastball middle in, which most hitters will look to pull. He stayed inside of that ball and drove it left of center field. It's a special swing.
He's always had that in him. And, you know, in the world of launch angle, pull side power that is the driving force of baseball these days, here is Durbin taking a 1-1 that misses outside. I do think there are just truisms in baseball. And if you can stay inside a heater and go the other way, you can cover so many other things.
You hit the nail on the head. That's exactly it.
2-1 pitch is a strike on the outside corner. But I think some young hitters are taught to not even worry about that as much, and it's cool to see Abreu having sort of that next step in his evolution.
You may be seeing batting average be important to some hitters again.
2-2 is fouled off.
You know, once they took away the shift and all that, and obviously the league wanting to bring back more offense, knowing how good pitching is getting, it's really reached its peak as far as power and velocity and pitch shapes and all the science behind getting the most out of pitchers. Baseball on the offensive side had to catch up.
2-2 pitch, way high.
And you know, you just want to see value in guys getting base hits and not necessarily single after single, but a line drive mentality will play anywhere in any era.
And I think this hitter, Caleb Durbin, very much has that. So does Roman, as Durbin takes ball 4 outside, a changeup that missed. So that's a 1-out walk, and that'll bring up Marcelo Meyer.
The pitcher's called a ball. The catcher is challenging.
The Twins are going to challenge on that 3-2 pitch. And They will lose that challenge. It was way
it's
high.
not even close. And it's a breaking ball or changeup, so it started even higher.
2.9 inches high. Not a good challenge.
There it is.
The Joe Braverman special. We're sort of workshopping other potential noises to play when you miss on a challenge, but we'll just live with that one for a while. As now here comes a Twins coach. I don't know that that's Derek Shelton. It is, and they're going to make the change and remove Ober from this game. Another quality at bat for Durbin. Max Carlson is going to come on to pitch for Minnesota. We will come back 6-3 in the fifth inning on the Shaws and Star Market WEI Red Sox Radio Network.
This is Scott McFarlane of McFarlane Energy. While there's no shortage of companies offering heating oil delivery, boilers, furnaces, heat pumps, and air conditioning, we stand apart from the rest. Since opening our doors in 1946, our goal has been to deliver the best combination of price, expertise, and equipment to all of Eastern Mass and the Cape. This winter, consider McFarlane Energy for your next oil delivery. You'll love our prices, and we'll treat you and your home like family. And don't forget to ask us about cleaner burning bioheat. Please visit us at McFarlaneEnergy.com.
You don't want to miss the Subaru of New England A Lot to Love event. Love all the 2026 Subaru Forester or Forester Hybrid have to offer, like standard, symmetrical, all-wheel drive. Buy with as low as 0.9% financing or lease for as low as $249 per month. Details at SubaruofNewEngland.com.
Cape Cod, it's spring and time to clean out all that junk. Look no further than Nauset Disposal. The team at Nauset are the waste management experts based in the Cape, with waste and recycling options for everyone, from homeowners to businesses and contractors. They are committed to keeping our beautiful community clean and green. Visit NausetDisposal.com to schedule a dumpster rental now. For all of your waste and recycling needs, visit NausetDisposal.com. That's NausetDisposal.com.
It is not Max Carlson. He was not traded between the Red Sox and the Twins in between innings. It's Eric Orsi. The right-hander is on to see Marcelo Meyer. Marcelo, he does everything with a little swagger, including to walk to the plate with one on, one out in the fifth inning. What a fascinating story it's going to be to watch Meyer in this upcoming year. Left-handed hitter, waggles the bat, runner goes, and a high fly into left center field. Back on it goes Outman, and on the run on the track, he's there to make the play. Quality swing from Meyer, and they're two away.
Yeah, I love that he was all over that fastball because Orsi, the Sox got a good look at him last year. He was in Tampa Bay, appeared in 33 games. He throws about 50% split fingers, but he will try to get ahead of guys with fastballs. Marcelo was all over that one.
Here now, Cedon. 6-3 Minnesota. Throw to first, and Durbin, who was off on the first pitch that was thrown by Orsi, dives back in head first.
Marcelo looked good today at the plate. Had some good swings.
I find it fascinating the way that the Red Sox have managed his personality in this spring training. 2 down, runner aboard. The pitch to Cedon, drilled foul on the first base side. They have so much belief in him, Will, and all these guys, you lived it as a player. He's got that natural ability that you don't see that often, and yet they are trying to push him and get the most out of him.
I think they're trying to create a little bit of an edge about him because he's so relaxed and laid back, and trying to create an edge about him where he number one had to earn a spot.
Yep.
Right, but also take that into games and play with that.
Cedon was fooled by a splitter there. He swung through it, and it's 0-2. I think it's such an ongoing thing in sports. People who come from certain environments in life who just have that it factor. If you're struggling and you feel like everything is easy to you, people can kind of misunderstand and think you don't care. 0-2 to Cedon. Durbin looks like he might go. He's not. The pitch is ripped on a line off the glove of the third baseman, Gray, And that's Arcia, actually. And up to second goes Durbin. Cedon looks great at the plate today. And the Red Sox have 2 aboard.
That was a good swing. He's done a good job of hitting off speed today. That was a splitter there that hung middle of the plate. He ripped it to third base. Arcia not able to glove it. Just kind of knocks it down and tried to get the force play at second, but with Durbin speed, no chance.
You're right about spring training's pass, but Cedon, to me, he really does look like a more confident hitter at the plate. He has all spring.
Well, part of that's just experience and logging at bats the last couple years. Every at bat is just a step forward.
Here's Connor Wong, right-handed hitter. Pitch. He is shot into left field. That feels good for Wong. It's going to drift to the wall. 1 run scores in Durbin. Here comes Cedon behind him. Oh, what an exhale for Connor Wong. It's a 2-run double, and it's 6-5.
That's more RBIs on that swing than he had last season, right? It's just good to see him make hard contact. It hadn't happened much at all here in Fort Myers this spring. A lot of jam shots, a lot of out front pop-ups to first base, which we saw earlier in this game. Stays behind that one, and that's some of the power is in there. You watch his batting practice, him launching balls to left, but we haven't seen it at all in games much over the last really few months of him playing baseball. Injuries last year to the hand or the finger, and he wasn't the same when he came back, but that was it right there. That was a great swing.
And here's Roman with a chance to tie the game. The pitch is down and away. A split finger fastball, and it's 1-0. You've lived this, Will, where I'm sure you felt like if you had a 75-foot bat, you couldn't make contact, you weren't going to get hits. Can't one swing like that lift a lot of burden off your shoulders?
It can. You also want to string them together, but there's times you're up there, you just feel like you're swinging a wet New York Times, and the ball's just going nowhere, and you're in between pitches, which he has been all spring. That was a good sign. Just got to keep stringing it together.
1-1 to Roman, who's got 2 hits and 3 at-bats today. He swings and misses at a good splitter, and it's 1-2.
The tough part for Connor is he's not the everyday guy now.
Yep.
Right, and he's going to have to find a way to throw together good at-bats, even if he's playing once or twice a week. And he's on this roster because these pitchers love throwing to him. They're comfortable with him behind the plate, and that's really the most important part for a backup catcher, is to control the pitching game.
It's a really good point. In today's sport, you have to be excellent defensively to be the second catcher. 1-2 to Roman, and he takes outside a splitter. And it's 2-2. I do think before the season starts, we should have a pool that guesses who wins the most ABS challenges of the season. And I think Roman Anthony has a great chance to be that guy.
Him and Contreras.
2 balls, 2 strikes. Pitch low. He does not swing at balls.
Well, it's like things are slower to him. It's like it might be 97 on the gun, but to him it looks like 85. And that you see that in the way he takes pitches. He just took a tough split, which Orsi can be very tough against lefties with that pitch, and he didn't even flinch at it.
Obviously saw it in that at bat against Soto, and he swings here and misses. To your point, at a great splitter, he is gone. But poise on full display by Mr. Anthony. We go to the 7th inning, and it's 6-5 Minnesota on the Shaws and Star Market, WEI Red Sox Radio Network.
You hear that? Spring has sprung, and Shaws and Star Market can help you get out and enjoy it thanks to the Shaws Deals and Delivery app. Download it and save time by grocery shopping online. Get exclusive deals and rewards points. Plus, right now, $30 off your first online pickup or delivery order when you spend $75 or more. Enter promo code SAVE30 at checkout. Pick up prepared meals like sandwiches and our wicked good hot wings. Shaws and Star Market, proud to be local since 1860.
DQ presents the Spicy Menu. For a limited time, try the new Flamethrower Chicken Strip Basket for $6.99 with spicy, bold strips that heat you up. Served with a side of famous DQ Soft Serve as a dip to cool you down. That's right, dip those spicy chicken strips right into Soft Serve. Plus fries and toast, all for just $6.99. And add a new pineapple lemonade sparkler or cooler made with tahini. It's the limited time only Spicy Menu. Get it delivered in the DQ app. Happy, tastes good. Participation may vary.
Carpal tunnel syndrome, heart failure that doesn't improve with common medicines. These are some signs and symptoms associated with ATTR-CM, or the cardiomyopathy of ATTR amyloidosis. a serious heart condition with symptoms that get worse over time. Amvuttra, vutrisiran, is a prescription medicine given by a healthcare provider that treats ATTR-CM in adults to reduce heart-related death, hospital stays, and urgent visits. In a clinical study, Amvuttra was proven to help people live longer and have fewer heart-related hospital stays and urgent visits over 3 years compared to placebo. Amvuttra lowers the amount of vitamin A in your blood, which can affect vision. Other side effects include pain in the arms or legs, pain in the joints, and shortness of breath. These are not all the possible side effects of Amvuttra. For prescribing information, call 1-833-256-2748 or learn more at amvuttra.com. Ask your doctor about Amvuttra for ATTR-CM.
You're listening to the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Denny Coulombe, recent acquisition, is on the mound for the Red Sox. I said we were going to the 7th. That was wishful thinking. It's the top of the 6th inning. Still expecting to see Chapman and Whitlock and others in this game. But for now, it is Coulombe, who was acquired just a little bit over a week ago. And figures to be a really integral part of this bullpen.
Yeah, we talk about those middle innings, getting to 7, 8, 9 with Slayton, Whitlock, and Araldis.
Here's a shot foul off the bat of Arcia, strike one.
You know, it's interesting looking at Coulombe and his metrics. He gets righties out, and that's such a special attribute for a left-handed pitcher, because normally you bring in a righty to face a lefty, they're more comfortable, but his fastball cutter combination in on the hands, which he just went cutter right off of the label of Arcia. He pulled it foul. He makes these guys uncomfortable with those pitches.
Well, it's interesting because that was what made Justin Wilson so valuable to this team last year. You could get righties out. Justin has decided to hang it up as the 0-1 pitch is a little bit low with a sweeper, and it's 1-1. But that is an invaluable role on this roster.
Yeah, righties hit just 188 against Coulombe last year. Lefties 225, just not a whole lot of damage. Normally when you see those numbers against righties, you think good changeup. Not the case here with Coulombe. It's that cutter.
1-1. Sinker missed in 2-1. Who is the hardest lefty you ever faced in your career?
Oh, geez. I mean, I faced Kershaw, I faced Bumgarner. I saw both of those guys decent. Had good numbers off of Bumgarner. I didn't face Kershaw a lot.
I mean, Bumgarner had one of the great postseason runs ever as a line drive into left field. Arcia bat flip. He's got a knock to lead it off against Coulombe. Kershaw, that amazing curveball, fastball combination. What was your mindset standing in the box against him?
Well, at that point in his career, he didn't throw as much away because he still had his velocity. So you could really, same thing with Bumgarner, you cut the plate in half and you just back off a little bit and look for something in, but you did have to pick up spin. If you would get good fastballs to hit in there, but he wanted you to see that, and then it turned into a slider at your back foot.
Here is a pitch to Cody Clemens that misses down. We take 10 seconds. Station ID, Shaws and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
The Eagles play here. Catch BC football, basketball, baseball, and hockey on WEEI AM, Boston, an Odyssey station.
6'5" Twins, the Wills in action here on the final home day of spring training action. Did Kershaw, when you faced him, have the bizarre overhead, big leg kick motion?
Oh, yeah, he did. You know, it wasn't those lefties that gave me trouble. It was more like the Chris Capuanos, you know, the guys who were like 87, 88 and good changeup, right? The good changeups are really tough on righties.
Chris Capuano. Good Duke man, along with your friend Alex Hassan, author of many a great line, as a pitch misses up and in, and it's 2-1. Isn't that amazing? Capuano, who, I mean, think about it, through what, in the upper 80s, did not have overwhelming stuff, and yet
missed barrels.
He missed and had a really impressive career.
Yeah, he had pinpoint command, and this changeup was just could be devastating to righties.
2-1 pitch is a check swing. They appeal. No swing off the bat of Cody Clemens, and it's 3-1.
But he also wasn't. Well, his changeup gave him the ability to pitch in with 88 miles an hour because you were so worried about that pitch at 75. 88 got on you.
Here's a pitch that is on the outside corner. That was pinpoint with a cutter, and it's 3-2. Well, that's pitching, right? I mean, it's the art of it.
Make you uncomfortable. Throw off your timing.
3-2. He fooled him badly there. That was nasty. Good cutter. And Clemens is gone for out number 1.
That was almost slatterish. The movement on it. You could see it from up here. That's some good break.
Encouraging for Coulomb. So now there's 1 down. .65 Twins. The pitch is a little bit inside. Do you know that you were 2 for 2 with 2 home runs and 7 driven in against Roy Oswalt? Your highest OPS, which, by the way, was 5,000 against him.
Is that good? I had a pinch hit 3-run homer off him in a grand slam.
Come on.
Yeah.
The thing about you, like so many ball players, is you remember so many of your major league at-bats.
The guys who had phenomenal careers, it was always a joke. If they were on their way out, I was going to get you.
The 2-0 is a little looper into left field. That's a base hit.
Oswalt, obviously great career. When he was at Texas in 2012, I had a pinch hit against him, hit it over the monster. And then the next year, he was in Colorado, and he threw me one of those, 64-mile-an-hour curveballs, and I just, front leg threw the barrel at it. Such a Colorado home run, and it left for a grand slam.
Now, on that moment, are you thinking curveball, or are you just reacting to it?
I reacted with 2 strikes and just kind of reacted, threw the bat at it, just trying to really just put it in play. With the bases loaded, I didn't want to get out. I didn't want to punch out, so I'm just trying to put the bat on the ball. That game, actually, I started the game 0 for 3 with a couple strikeouts, and then my last 2 at-bats, I go backside homer off Scahill and then grand slam. Finished with 7 RBIs and 2
totally
homers.
Redeemed yourself.
Finished with 7 RBIs after 0 for 3 to start my day.
Baseball's so weird.
It is.
Here's a cutter that swung on and missed, and it's 0-1. You got a couple big hits against Barry Zito.
Took him deep. Another guy limping to the finish line.
0-1 as a strike on the outside corner.
Mariano.
It's 0-2.
Mariano wasn't limping to the finish line. But
Didn't you hit the last home run he ever surrendered?
Mo, and the day before, I got Andy Pettit.
Yeah.
He ended up giving up 1 more.
Andy Pettit was in the dugout for the WBC Team USA.
I wouldn't even say they're in my book. It's not quite a book with 43 homers.
An index card?
I call it a pamphlet.
Hey, man. More than most people walking this earth. 0-2 to Larnach is very close. Good pitch, but a ball.
Yeah, it's perfect.
It's 1-2.
0-2 pitch, cutter down right on the chalk line of the right-hander batter's box, down and away, just hoping for a swing and a miss, but you can't get hurt out there.
You hit 2 homers off R.A. Dickey
in 1 game. That was part of the 3-homer game in Toronto.
1-2. Swing and a miss. Now, that was a great sweeper by Coulomb, and they're 2 away.
That was nasty. That had such down movement on it, right? And you're thinking cutter, you're thinking fastball, and then he drops that in 80 miles an hour. He's going to get most hitters out front just like that.
Do you know the pitcher against whom you had the most hits in your career?
Burley?
Yes. 8 hits, tied with Wei Yin Chen.
All right.
8 hits each. I mean, Burley
was an uncomfortable at bat, too. And he was throwing 81.
Authored a perfect game. Borderline Hall of Famers. The fastball's fouled off on the third base side.
I remember one time we were facing Burley. He didn't have, a good fastball that day. Normally his fastball was 82 to 84. At this point he was throwing 80, 81 and still carving. And I remember taking Mike Napoli. He had this massive bat. It was 33 and a half ounces. It was one of his heavy ones. I was like, I'm taking this up there to use against Burley.
Who knows whether there were names written on that bat.
There
the
were.
0-1 pitch is a strike. It's 0-2.
There were. But, and he threw me a cutter. I would have bet my house that it was a fastball middle in, and it cut late. And he had one of those frisbee cutters that would take off at a lower velocity. And I check swung with it. And that bat was so huge, it ended up being a line drive single.
Uh-oh, here's a line drive off of Coulomb. He picks it up and throws to first. He appears to be okay. We'll check the replay between breaks. Hopefully that hit his glove, which I think it did get a lot of leather. More on Middlebrooks' exploits when we return. He's looking at his right wrist, I think. So Coulomb maybe just beneath the glove. We'll talk about it when we return. 6-5 Twins in the Shaw's and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
The
Honda Spring Event. Now's the time to check out the Honda Civic and HR-V. From Honda, the 2025 Kelley Blue Book Best Value brand. For a limited time, well-qualified buyers can get a 4.99% APR on a 2026 Civic, a 4.49% APR on a 2026 Civic Hybrid, or a 3.49% APR on a 2026 HR-V.
See dealer for financing details. Exclude Civic Si and Type R. Based on 2025 Consumer Choice Awards from Kelley Blue Book. Visit kpp.com for more information.
What if you could have the most reliable Wi-Fi?
And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? That's the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee.
Just 5 years of fiber-powered Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to the devices that need them most.
That finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. And that keeps you gaming in the fast lane, even when the whole family's banking on bandwidth. And here's the best part. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included.
Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi.
Hey, let's face it, a lot can change in 5 years. Kids grow taller, dreams grow bigger, but your Wi-Fi, it would stay reliable and the price would stay put. The Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Xfinity, imagine that.
Select plans only. Restrictions apply. Powered by fiber. Connected to the premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary.
We're right back to the Sox on the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Trevor Story, maybe for the final time at JetBlue Park this spring. We'll lead it off as we go to the bottom of the sixth. 6'5" Twins. Anthony Bonda, they tell us, is on, the left-hander. Luis Fragosa is out in left field, and our man Murphy Hernandez is out in right field. If I do have another, Murphy will be in the running for the third name.
Murphy?
Murphy. Hola, Murphy. Here is Story from the right side. Well, he's been going through Middlebrooks' great successes as a big leaguer. Here's the pitch to Story and a fastball top of the zone, strike one. Do you know who struck you out more than anyone else in your career?
Hellickson.
Yes, 10 times. Was it the sinker that got you?
Gambio, Bobby.
Ooh.
Yeah. He was like, in Tampa in 2012 and 13, they were really the group that started the right-on-right changeups. Him and James Shields and that group. He literally...
You just weren't used to it at all.
He could stand on the mound and go, here comes a changeup. And I would corkscrew myself into the...
Story takes a slider outside.
That was a good whistle, too.
That was pretty good. But your daughters come calling when you do that, don't you?
No, they don't listen to me. They listen to Mom.
At least somebody does. 6'5" Twins. You were 2 for 17 against Jeremy Hellickson with 10 strikeouts.
He owned me.
2-1. Story takes fastball in the dirt. It's 3-1. You walked the most against Chris Archer. Sort of depressing that in your whole big league career, the only guy you walked 4 times against was Chris Archer. But
Dude, I didn't walk. I'm up there. I'm up there to hit.
Swinging it.
I'm going to swing hard in case I hit it, you know?
3-1 to Story, the pitch. Swinging a shot foul. Don't you think Trevor Story's ready to have yet another enormous year?
I do. Just, you just hope for health for him. Not just the stability defensively, yes, but such a catalyst. And he can get white hot and carry you for 2 weeks, which we've seen.
You know, as the offseason wore on, and you just kind of allow yourself to get over the end of it. I watched back some of those playoff games in New York, and almost every one of his at-bats was awesome. 3-2 misses down and in. So that's a leadoff walk here for Trevor Story. He almost hit a grand slam for the Red Sox that would have put them ahead in Game 2. The quality of the at-bat by the end of the season for Trevor was just remarkable. So, Trevor is aboard, and here is Jarren Duran, who always gets the loudest ovations of any Red Sox player, no matter where we go. As a pitch in the dirt will send Story over to second base. I think that might start to change. I think Roman is going to be the guy eventually who is the dude on the road that gets the loudest noise. But Jaron has done an incredible job with his life story, with his honesty, his openness, of really forging this kind of distinct bond with Red Sox fans.
Well, I think also he's done a good job over the last year of starting to block out a lot of the noise.
Yep, 1-0 pitch misses outside.
Because there was a lot there for a while, right? And interactions with fans and then things going on. And I think he's learned a lot. He's grown up a lot from this whole process. It's been really good for him.
He's got the real sort of shoulder crunch going as he's in the box these last few days of spring training where the hands are low. His back is sort of curved toward the plate as he takes a pitch outside. What do you think that does mentally to sort of stay that close together?
I think some guys you'll see do that and start their hands low like that because it forces you to load your hands and load that backside.
3-0. He does exactly that, and he takes pitch outside, ball 4.
You think about if your hands are already up high, you don't have anywhere for them to go unless you overload or over-rotate your upper body. That you start low, you start with your like you said, your shoulders almost squeezed together a little bit, and it forces you to load in the correct way.
So, with 2 on and nobody out, a pitching coach visit. Pete Mackey is going to come on as Wilson Contreras bats. It is interesting. You have to do something to trigger your swing,
totally.
Right? I mean, you don't just want to be static and not move before you have to pull the trigger.
But then you see guys like Roman Anthony and Wilyer at times, almost like, and this is across baseball, preset. Aaron Judge does it where he kind of presets into his backside. And a lot of guys do that to handle velocity. You limit movements. But some hitters need the rhythm. They need the timing mechanism that is a leg lift or a load or whatever that may be. So it's funny, everyone. There's no cookie cutter way, right? There's no exact way for anything, but everyone wants to get to the same point where they're ready to launch. Everybody just gets there differently.
Visit on the mound is over as Contreras will bat with 2 on and nobody out. When you watch slow motion swings of all the great hitters, when they come through the hitting zone, they all look exactly the same. Yeah. It's just that the process to get there is so different. Here now, Contreras.
A loud noise coming here.
Ooh, I like that prediction. 2 on, none out. Against the lefty Bonda, the pitch. Way inside, and the runners will take off. It has been a rough inning for Bonda, and frankly, for the catcher, Caratini, too. He had a chance to squeeze that. He does not. And the Red Sox have him at second and third.
Yeah, Bonda just no feel for the fastball, right? Good velocity, comes out well, but he yanks that one under the back foot of Contreras. Really tough for Caratini to get the glove on it.
Wilson is 0 for 3 with a strikeout. But a chance here to put the Red Sox ahead, sort of halfway on the infield for the Twins. Here it is. And a slider misses down and in. I mean, again, here we are at the end of spring. Bonda looks awful right now on the mound. He has very little going. Which for a guy like Contreras, who's carrying an 0 for 3, is trying to swing the bat, it's kind of an uncomfortable spot here. You want to let the guy hurt himself as he does again with a slider missing down and in 3-0. Was that ever part of your program, Will, late in spring? Just convincing yourself, I'm going to have the mindset of a real regular season at bat in terms of balls and strikes?
No, at this point in camp, no. I mean, you can dial it in.
3-0. Pitch. Here's a chopper to the left side. Story has to race back to the bag, so he was hacking 3-0. Chops one to short, and with the throw to first, there's one down.
Yeah, I never liked 3-0 swings. I know the situation tells you, okay, you're a good hitter, you're a veteran player, get your pitch. But when a guy's been all over the place like that in your 3-0, you kind of just want to see one over the plate. Because even if he throws a strike 3-1, I mean, the odds are against him. He's going to throw another one.
Here's Wilyer, who launched a home run to left center field his last time. Second and third with one down. The pitch is a strike. And this is one of the narratives, Will, coming into this season. The Red Sox are so left-handed heavy. Abreu, Duran, maybe on some days Yoshida, Anthony. They're going to face these left-handed pitchers. 0-1. Swing and a miss. That was a nasty slider, 0-2.
And for most of the spring, both Duran and Wilyer have been pretty successful against lefties. That was a clear point of emphasis in their off-season work was they came into camp swinging it well against Southpaws.
Williers told us all that he really spent so much of the winter just in the cage against machines, against lefties. 0-2. Here it is. And he swings and misses. Now that was tough. That's a great slider, and he's gone on 3 pitches. So now 2 down for Caleb Durbin.
Yeah, well, you're just pulling off those sliders. That's the hard part for left-handed batters against lefties. Obviously, one thing, they don't see them that often. But you see a guy like Cody Bellinger who crushes lefties. He does such a good job of keeping his upper body square and not pulling off pitches, and it keeps him on those sliders that just got Willier.
Here's Caleb Durbin, who takes a fastball for a strike, and it's 0-1.
And, I hate to point at one pitch, but that 3-0 swing by Contreras seemed to lock Bonda back in.
Well, that's what you're talking about. It's not just for Contreras. And again, it's a spring game, so it's not that big a deal. The 0-1 is a little looper to second on one hop. It is handled there, and the throw to first in time, but it does reset the pitcher. That clearly happened here, and he escapes a massive jam. 6-5 after 6 in the Shaw's and Star Market Radio Network.
Hurry to Shaw's and Star Market. Chicken is now just 99 cents a pound. Today through Thursday, pick up Value Pack Signature Select whole chicken, drumsticks, thighs, or leg quarters bone in for just 99 cents a pound when you use the digital coupon Limit 2. Use the Shaw's app for deals like this, rewards points, and delicious recipes in Shaw's Meals Hub. Short on time? Order free curbside pickup or get delivery. For You digital coupons save you more. Shaw's and Star Market, proud to be local since 1860.
Hi, I'm Sean Flaherty, managing partner at Catches Law Group. At Catches, we're proud to stand up for the people who keep New England moving, the ones who have spent a lifetime working hard, day in and day out. Whether you've been hurt on the job or you're suffering from years of physical wear and tear, we're here for you. You deserve real help from real trial lawyers who understand what you've been through and know how to win. There's no fee unless you win. Visit catcheslaw.com or call today to schedule your free consultation. Catches Law Group, fighting for the workers, fighting for you.
My name is Joe. They're very friendly here. They're very knowledgeable. And there's always somebody here to answer my questions. They just do an impeccable job.
Visit New Car Toyota Hyundai of North Kingstown today and discover why everyone loves a new car.
During Lowe's Pro Savings Days, save more on what goes into the job. Add power to your lineup with a free DeWalt 20-volt max 5 amp-hour battery when you buy a select DeWalt 20-volt max tool. Plus, get up to 35% off select major appliances from Whirlpool, Maytag, and more. Get the job done right. Keep more in your pocket. That's Pro Savings Days. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 3/27. Selection varies by location while supplies last.
You're listening to the Shaw's and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Garrett Whitlock is on as we go to the 7th inning. The Red Sox wasted a big chance in the 6th. They trail 6-5. Andrew Monasterio is on to play first base, so the day is done for Wilson Contreras. And Whitlock, for the first time back from the WBC, fires a fastball that looked really good, but was called a ball, and it's 1-0. You can only imagine the emotions that Whitlock has felt this last week. Who was an absolute superstar in the bullpen. The pitch is a strike. In a tie game after the Harper home run, Mark DeRosa chose to go to Whitlock instead of Mason Miller. And he said after the fact that he had a conversation with the Padres that in the same way the Cubs said that Palencia could only pitch with a lead in the 9th inning, that was the only way that they would be okay with Mason Miller coming on. So then it was Whitlock to pitch for the 3rd time in 5 days. He gets a swing and a miss on a really good slider. It's 1-2.
Yeah, I didn't love. I get it, right? And I understand why they said, okay, go for it. But I didn't love him throwing 3 times in 5 days.
No. And it showed. Here's a swing and a miss at a sinker. Nice little opening salvo by Whitlock, and there's one away. You know, Whitlock, it's so hard, Will, to not love everything about this kid. I mean, he's a grown man. He's now the father of 2. He's the Jimmy Fund captain. He has been through amazing personal suffering and perseverance, and he is truly one of the elite relievers in all of baseball. And yet I did feel for him in that moment because,
of course,
not ready. It's spring training, basically. And to be put into that situation without being fully ramped up was so hard to watch as the sinker swung on and missed by the right-handed hitting Royce Lewis.
Yeah, you hated for him to have to wear that in that moment because he just happened to be the guy in that spot.
0-1, swing and a miss. But before that, electric and dominant.
Yeah, what you expect, and we'll see a lot of this year.
One of the guys on the club that does not need a pitch clock. He is ready to go. He chops one, does Lewis up the middle. Marcelo backhands and throws to first in time, and there's 2 away. Well, this is kind of a dream scenario for Alex Cora and the Red Sox. They wanted to really slow roll it with Whitlock. You can't have him not pitch at all for a week, but this is a quick and efficient outing so far.
Yeah, and he was able to get back, get a little rest, get his work in, get his arm care, everything taken care of, get back on the tracks. It's good to get him back in there, and then a couple of days of rest before opening day.
Pitch is a little bit low. He almost quick pitched there. I mean, there's nobody on base, but I think he's sort of working on with nobody on base, just in one fluid motion coming home.
Yeah, I like it. Early counts, still a strike.
1-0. He is a little bit low. That changeup can be such a demon for him. That one missed, and it's 2-0. But really, of all the guys on this team, and there's so many likable characters, it's one of the fun things and the blessings about being a part of this thing. The Red Sox have a group of players that are so easy to root for. Here is a high pop-up on the left side of the infield. Story pointing high into the sky as Duran comes in, and he reaches out and makes the play. But Whitlock is near or at the top of the list of people that it is impossible to not root for every time he takes the mound. Nice job for him. That's his final tune-up. Hopefully we'll see him in the 8th inning in Cincinnati. Red Sox trail 6-5 on the Shaws and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Y hoy en las audiciones de Superstar, los juega raspaditos.
First Tuesday, el primer martes del mes. Hay muchos raspaditos para escoger.
Para First Tuesday.
Sí,
la Lotería de Connecticut lanza nuevos raspaditos el primer martes de cada mes. Queremos que todos se enteren.
First Tuesday. Es un sí para nosotros.
Nuevos raspaditos, nuevos premios, nuevas formas de ganar. First Tuesday, hora de jugar.
Probabilidades varían por juego. Debes tener 18 años o más. Para problemas de juego, llama al 888-789-7777.
If joint pain is starting to change the way you live, listen to what happened when Paul went to see Dr. Franke at Boston Prolotherapy.
I'm Paul, and I'm 63 years old. I played football and lacrosse in college. I played 3 years of semi-pro football after that. And then I was a 200-plus pound jogger. Running became painful, and that's in my 40s when I had the torn meniscus. And so got curious about some of the ads that I had heard about Dr. Franke.
What happened after Boston Prolotherapy?
I gave him a call. I told him my experience. And what actually happened was I went from thinking about my knees all the time to not thinking about my knees all the time. The biggest thing is the non-invasiveness, the affordability of it. I found the whole experience very enjoyable and very straightforward.
When you stop thinking about your joint pain all the time, life becomes better, period. Do what Paul and I both did. Choose Boston Prolotherapy. Call 833-GO-PROLO or online at bostonprolotherapy.com.
Hi, I'm Mike.
And I'm Mark, the owners of Reliable Fence, New England's leading fencing company. Our high-quality fences protect and beautify your property, and always at a fair price.
And right now, you can save big with our annual Spring into Savings sale, where you'll save 20%. Just go to reliablefencing.com. That's reliable, FENCING.com for the best fence around.
Hi, this is Marcelo Meyer. You're listening to the home of the Red Sox, WEEI.
And that's why Joe Braverman is the best, and we're excited to spend the season with him. Marcelo leads it off as we go to the bottom of the 7th. 6-5 Twins lead the Red Sox. Marcelo's looked good at the plate. Justin Topa is the right-handed pitcher on for the Twins, and fares a cut fastball in the outside corner for strike one.
Yeah, Topa short arms it, right? He can get on you a little bit. He's got a sinker mid-90s, sweeper, cutter, and a changeup.
0-1. Marcelo swings and misses. There was that cutter again, and it's 0-2. Do you wish that when you played you had as much information as today's hitter has?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, we still had a good amount, but not like this.
Because I sort of think at times for certain guys it can be overwhelming. But part of the job of all these staffs is to distill it. The 0-2. Marcelo hits a little soft ground ball on the left side. The new third baseman is there to make the play. That is a man who I will tell you about. Orlando Arcia is over there. He makes the play, and there's one down. Twins have made wholesale defensive changes. I think it really is about the most important thing that any modern hitting coach does, really on both sides, but to put it in context that people can understand, because there is such a surplus of data and information as Cedon takes a fastball outside for ball one.
Yeah, building individualized game plans, right? You know these hitters, you know what they like to hit, you know their approach at the plate. So like Cedon, you'd probably tell this guy, what does he throw a lot first pitch, right? That's information that fits his mold and what he's good at.
1-0 is a strike on the outside corner to Cedon. It's 6-5 Twins in the seventh. I'm blown away by the scope of these jobs for pitching and hitting coaches as Cedon takes a pitch outside, because it's 12 hitters, 13 pitchers. Everyone has such a different mentality, different personality. One of them is hot, one of them is ice cold. The managing of it is Cedon drives one high and deep in the left field. Nothing cold about that. That is absolutely launched. He got the right scouting report there, and he ties it at 6.
Yeah, 2-1 sweeper. That broom didn't have many bristles on it. It didn't sweep much. It stayed middle. Cedon turned and burned.
I also love that when he rounded third, he did the little ice in his veins, which has become one of his signatures. His great spring continues. We are tied at 6.
Wait, that was a perfect example of what we've been talking about with Cedon. He took a couple tough pitches down in the zone, then got a hanger.
Here's Connor Wong, who doubled his last time. He fouls one off first base side.
Right, and waited for a mistake. Right? We know about all the power that Cedon has. But that power only matters if you're swinging at the right pitches.
0-1 to Wong. Topa throws. Wong hits one hard up the middle. Lee dives from his knees. He throws to first, not in time. And that's actually Jose Salas, the new Twins shortstop, who was unable to make that play. But that's loud contact 2 times in a row for Connor. So he's aboard. If you care at home, which I know you don't, but here we go. Jackson Bass is in right field. Murphy Hernandez moves from right to center. Luis Fragosa is in center field. Jaime Ferrer is the first baseman. Arcia again at third, and David Banuelos is the catcher.
We got a D'Angelo Ortiz sighting.
D'Angelo Ortiz is going to pinch hit for the Red Sox. Had a very cool moment the other day. Isn't that amazing? The loyalty of this fan base. See that name, and he gets a special round of applause. He swings and misses rather violently from the right side. Fouls it off on the first base side. Do you think he was just in the clubhouse having a cell phone conversation to set it down before he came to the plate?
You never know, man. With David, you go in there, he's reading the Bible. He'd be having conversations.
I'll be right back, Poppy. The 0-1 is a strike, and it's 0-2.
He'd be mid-conversation, set the phone down, not hang up. Go hit and come back and finish the conversation. But if you chase a split in the dirt or line out somewhere, he'd come in, open up the Bible, get right.
What a cool thing for you to have had a front row seat to all of that. The 0-2 is a chopper on the left side. The shortstop has a horrible feed to second, underhanded, and that's going to send Wong over to third. That was a total misplay. Now the Red Sox will have him at the corners. Do you ever pinch yourself and think about that? I mean...
Oh, I do, of course. And just the ability to, I had a really good relationship with David, and we got close, and I got an inside look of just, going to his hotel room at night and talking hitting, or just if we're at home, and I'd go to his house on an off day and just sit around and hang out, and he would just talk hitting all the time. And just to get inside his brain, the things he would do, I would see the cage work, which was like clockwork. He would do the same things. Boom, 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 top left, top right of the cage. He'd take it into batting practice. Same routine every time.
Trevor Story, the batter.
And then he would take it into the game, and that's all history, right? Now he's a Hall of Famer, but just getting to see that close up and getting to know him just as a human being, I was very lucky and fortunate, not just for him, Dustin Pedroia and other guys I played with.
1-0 to Trevor is a little bit up and away, because you've told me that David pretty much took you under his wing almost immediately.
Yeah.
How do you think you made that happen? You're just open to listening?
Yeah, we got to know each other well in spring training of 2012. And then, I don't know, we just got along really well. We loved just sitting and chopping it up, talking ball.
2-0 is a strike, because I think people will think, and they see the big hits, but what you're talking about is the preparation and the mental side of it.
And I think I wasn't scared to ask him questions, because I'd gotten to know him. And I think he enjoyed it, because he can be intimidating to people if you don't know him.
No doubt about that. 2-1 is fouled off on the first base side. So he was an open book pretty quickly for you.
Yeah, he was.
Did you ever think about wearing as much jewelry as he did?
I feel like I'd have to sign a waiver. Not only for how much it costs, but if I got hurt wearing it. Carrying around 30 pounds on my neck.
7 chains, 9 rings. 2-2. A pitch. Swing and a miss. He got him. I do think, though, that, Will, it's such a part of David's sort of resilience and what made him eventually the Hall of Fame player that he was, is that he was such a thinker of the game. You think about it, the Twins said, we're good. Like we will move on from you. And to have that fire within him to drive himself to be the all-time great that he became.
I think, having Pedro and Manny really pushed him early.
There's Braden Ward pinch hitting for Duran. Speed for speed. Pitch is a strike on the outside corner.
Manny played a pivotal part in his career. And I talked about his routine in the cage. That all came from Manny.
Really?
Yeah, every part of it. Every part of it. He learned everything from Manny. And then obviously, as he got older and more experienced, he started to build his own program.
0-1 is a little bit outside. Because I think, people who are Red Sox fans think about those guys. They're obviously so different, Manny and David. But the behind-the-scenes work ethic is something that stands out.
Like no other, honestly. It was like a robot.
1-1 is a little bit high.
It was almost robotic how the same it was every day. And they would repeat those swings. And you could go in the cage and watch him and know exactly what he was going to do, how many he was going to hit off the tee, the direction he was going to hit it. He would then go to flips. You know exactly what he was going to do. It was the same every single day.
That's just amazing. The 2-1 to Ward. One of the stars of camp has popped up foul and out of play on the third base side. And to have a front row seat for all those big swings. I mean, we're talking about the most clutch person in Red Sox history.
I mean, the swings in the World Series were great. My favorite one, I'd say my favorite point of my career was that Grand Slam against the Tigers in the ALCS.
Joaquin Benoit.
Yeah, I was on third base for that. And I'll never forget. There's certain things you close your eyes and you never can unsee.
Well, and of course, you're now close with Torrey Hunter. The 2-2 pitch is a ball.
No, hit him.
I guess it clipped him. So Ward is aboard. Poet didn't know it, and the Red Sox have 2 on with 2 out. And now that'll bring up Andrew Monasterio. But, I mean, sending Torrey over the wall there, I'm literally like maybe 10 inches away from making the catch. And I cannot even fathom the cauldron of noise you were in when that ball went over the wall.
Yeah, I've talked about it before, and it's literally the ground shaking under my feet. And we meet him at home plate, and you're just in this trance of like, what the heck did I just watch? And how was I a part of this? And then I remember getting to the dugout, being at the steps, at the base of the steps of the dugout. when David went out for his curtain call, and I was standing next to Jacoby Ellsbury, and I was literally, I couldn't talk. It was speechless, I couldn't talk.
Here's Monasterio takes a strike. I mean, it is one of those moments that goosebumps don't begin to just describe it.
Right. And at that point, Els had been around for a while, and I remember looking at him and going, is this the coolest thing you've ever seen? He goes, by far. Yeah. Unreal. Like, even he was in shock.
Monasterio pops one up, foul behind the plate. The Twins catcher throws the mask away and makes the play. And that'll end the inning. I'm getting goosebumps just thinking about it. How cool that must have been to sit there, live it, and be a part of it. We'll talk more about that when we return. The Red Sox have a couple innings left in their home slate in the Grapefruit League. And they're tied at 6 with the Twins in the Shaws and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
This episode is brought to you by CarMax. Want to buy a car the easy way? Start at CarMax. Want to browse with confidence? Get pre-qualified with no impact on your credit score and shop within your budget. From luxury to family rides, CarMax has options for almost every price range, including over 25,000 cars under $25,000. Want to get started? Head to CarMax.com for details and get pre-qualified today. Want to drive? CarMax.
IKEA presents Keep It or Let It Go.
Oh, I've had these punk t-shirts forever, from back when I still had a mohawk, back when I still had hair. I'd yell anarchy at strangers for fun. Now I apologize when my emails are too long. Is this me now? Am I a sellout?
With Storklinta six-drawer dresser from IKEA, you can give your t-shirts the quality storage they deserve. So don't sell anything you love. Store it instead. Shop bedroom storage at ikea.us/bedroom storage. Dream the possibilities.
Introducing the all-new 2026 Subaru Outback, redesigned to give you more of what you love with a bold new look. With standard symmetrical all-wheel drive, elevated tech and safety features, and powerful new styling, the 2026 Outback is the safest and boldest Outback yet. The all-new 2026 Subaru Outback, starting at $34,995. Details at SubaruofNewEngland.com.
You're listening to the Sox on the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network. Now back to the play.
Donate your car today.
Call 877-CARS for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
7 cars for kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
This Easter, while you're hunting for eggs, don't let hidden plumbing problems hunt you. If your sink is slow, your shower won't drain, or your toilet's acting a little rotten, call Drains by...
6-6 the score in the top of the 8th inning. Aroldis Chapman. Yes, we are on, apparently. Pitch to Arcia is a line drive into right field. Orlando Arcia's looked really good at the plate today. He rips one into right field. And that is a 1-out single. Nathaniel Uten is the right fielder for the Red Sox. Ward in center. Fermin in left with Ilan Fernandez at second base. Stanley Tucker, the shortstop. Vinny Capra at third with Monasterio at first. Arcia has been lifted for a pinch runner over there at first base. I have zero doubts about what Chapman will be once the regular season begins Thursday in Cincinnati. The pinch runner is Henry Genth. Sure.
Why are the replacements never normal name? Have you noticed that in spring training?
Yes,
the replacements
I have.
come in and you're like, I might have to YouTube how to say this. Need to hear a highlight from A-Ball last year.
Here's a pitch that misses outside from Chapman. Now that's 96. And again, Will, this time of year, this time of spring, velocity is not that important for everybody. But Chapman has kind of been 93, 92 at times.
On the Arcia single, it was 98.
The 1-0 is smacked high and deep into left field. This thing is absolutely crushed over the monster. A 2-run homer. Banuelos goes deep, and it is 8-6 Minnesota.
See a big smile on the face of Aroldis Chapman. I don't think anyone should be too worried about this guy. And at this point in his career, as long as he's been doing it, that's just 95 right down Broadway.
I'm sorry, I have no capacity to care about anything he does in spring training. The adrenaline is not here. It's just not the same thing. Here's a pitch to Salas that is swung on and missed. That was 98, sinker in under the hands.
Yeah, he's like, all right, you guys want to sit on 95? I'll show you a little bit more.
It's been such a treat to get to know Aroldis over these last 13, 14 months. He is beloved in the Red Sox clubhouse. As a fastball misses high, and it's 1-1.
98 again. Like, all right, I'm going to reach back here.
He sets, he throws. That was a good slider. Cued off the end of the bat, 1-2. Actually hung in the middle of the zone to touch, but Salas just barely got a piece of it. I love the smile on his face.
When you see 98-mile-per-hour sinkers the two previous pitches, you're going to be out ahead of that, regardless of where it is.
1-2. Swung on and missed a slider. And Chapman, after the 2-run homer, goes to the well and gets a big strikeout. I am fascinated by these late-night conversations with you and David Ortiz about hitting. Would it get specific in terms of approaches and at-bats and pitchers?
Yeah, it might even be about, the previous night's game. It might be about who we're facing the next day. It might be telling stories from in his career, which was always fun.
2 down to Fraguza, and he takes a slider that misses outside, ball 1. We are getting... No offense to the Fergusa family, but you're right. The more we go in spring training, the names are just... It's Scrabble as the 1-0 pitch misses a little bit high, 2-0.
99?
Hold on.
Okay.
So that's there.
Just so you guys know, here it is. There's some nasty sliders and some 99s.
Well, that was what was so fun about last season. He would begin at bats 94 and then reach back like he just did there, 98, swung on and missed. And it's 2-1. And I think that's sort of, in a way, the genius of what the Red Sox got him to buy into. Split the plate, pitch to the corners.
Well, it helped him throw more strikes, because that was the biggest issue in other parts of his career.
2-1 is down and in, a slider, and it's 3 balls and a strike.
He's all about swing and miss, and those numbers change a lot, whether he's 0-1 or 1-0. Right, so he would let off the gas a little bit early and counts as still strikes.
3-1. That's a strike, bottom of the zone. 98, sure, and it's 3-2. I think other than Mason Miller, this is the most dominant back-end reliever in the whole sport.
And he's 38.
Work ethic off the charts. 3-2. Pitch. Swing and a miss. He blew him away. 97. A smile into the third base dugout. And the inning is over. Looking forward to that in the 9th inning. Now he looks to the Minnesota side. Points and smiles. And thanks the umpire. Why not? Red Sox trail 8-6, bottom 8. In Fort Myers in the Shaw's and Star Market. WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Hurry to Shaw's and Star Market. Value Pack Signature Select whole chicken, drumsticks, thighs, or leg quarters bone-in are just 99 cents a pound when you use the digital coupon. Limit 2. Save with 4U digital coupons. Shaw's and Star Market. Proud to be local since 1860.
Spring fashion has arrived at Macy's stores, and Macy's VIP sale is the best time to save on all of it. Come in and find our best brands like Good American, Tommy Hilfiger, and Calvin Klein, all for 25% off. Plus, beauty and fragrance from Burberry, Prada, and more is now 15% off. Or Star Rewards members can earn Star Money even faster on everything else. Only at Macy's VIP sale today. Savings off regular and already reduced prices. Exclusions apply.
Carpal tunnel syndrome, heart failure that doesn't improve with common medicines. These are some signs and symptoms associated with ATTR-CM, or the cardiomyopathy of ATTR amyloidosis, a serious heart condition with symptoms that get worse over time. Amvuttra, vutrisiran, is a prescription medicine given by a healthcare provider that treats ATTR-CM in adults to reduce heart-related death, hospital stays, and urgent visits. In a clinical study, Amvuttra was proven to help people live longer and have fewer heart-related hospital stays and urgent visits over 3 years compared to placebo. Amvuttra lowers the amount of vitamin A in your blood, which can affect vision. Other side effects include pain in the arms or legs, pain in the joints, and shortness of breath. These are not all the possible side effects of Amvuttra. For prescribing information, call 1-833-256-2748 or learn more at amvuttra.com. Ask your doctor about Amvuttra for ATTR-CM.
You're listening to Red Sox Spring Training Baseball
On the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
For the final time, the sweet sounds of Sweet Caroline here at JetBlue Park as the Red Sox have made an out on the first pitch of this bottom of the 8th inning. And if I'm being honest, I have no idea who just grounded that ball to third. They had U10 up on the bag, up on the scoreboard. That was Anderson Fermin. And here now is another left-handed hitter who is either Harry Genth or here is a pitch that misses outside. Getting a little loopy as spring training comes to a close. Alex Cora, God bless him, love him to death. He very rarely makes straight changes. So the people who come on for defense slot into different places in the lineup card, as this is Fermin, and he grounded. Capra did to third, so now Fermin swings and misses, and it's 2-1. Got that?
No.
Me neither. 2-1 pitch. It's a strike on the outside corner, and it's 2-2. This is where Al Hernandez makes his money. He's got it all going on. He's got the binoculars out. And the pitcher here, Cole Sands, wanted at the last moment to avoid a pitch clock violation. He was summoning the catcher, and they said, no, sir. So an automatic ball is assessed, and it's 2-0.
Thought he might have stepped off in time. Guess not.
8-6 is the score. Red Sox had a kind of an iffy start from Oviedo as Fermin swings and misses. He's gone for out number 2. Then Whitlock was awesome. Chapman, with a smile on his face, just was working on stuff, getting himself tuned up. As now the Red Sox will turn to Stanley Tucker, who swings and pops one up on the third base side. This is actually Bravo, and a wind-aided pop-up on the third base side. Drops in, he runs for second. Throw is there in time. What in the world is going on right now? I'm not sure I know at all. But the Red Sox are gone. 3 up, 3 down.
Hey, see you in Cincy.
Someone who we believe was Bravo just popped up on the grass on the third base side. He's cut down at second base. And we go to the 9th inning with the Red Sox trailing 8-6 in the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
The South Coast Health Heart and Vascular Program is nationally recognized year after year for providing world-class care. Our heart and vascular team goes above and beyond to deliver the best clinical care and most compassionate service. You receive the time, attention, and communication you need to feel most comfortable, because at South Coast Health, you are what matters most. We are South Coast Health, Heart, and Vascular. Visit southcoast.org/heart to learn more.
If you're tired of looking for the perfect place on the Cape to call home, Liberty Green in the heart of Falmouth on Main Street is the ideal location. Liberty Green apartments are brand new at minutes from the beach and now available to rent as your new home or as the ideal home away from home or vacation spot. Check out libertygreenfalmouth.com for a full list of modern amenities and see the spacious floor plans of the 1, 2, and 3 bedroom options that are available now. Welcome to your new home or getaway spot on the Cape. libertygreenfalmouth.com.
When life throws you a curveball, trust Catches Law, New England's hometown law firm. With over 4 decades of success and a local team that truly cares, let Catches Law fight for you. Remember, there's no fee unless you win. Visit catcheslaw.com to schedule your free consultation today.
This Easter, while you're hunting for eggs, don't let hidden plumbing problems hunt you. If your sink is slow, your shower won't drain, or your toilet's acting a little rotten, call Drains by James. They'll clear the clogs, clean the lines, and make sure everything's flowing better than a basket full of jelly beans. Because at Drains by James, they give a poop about your pipes. So this Easter, skip the plumbing surprises and enjoy a home that's fresh, clean, and clog-free. Drains by James. They give a poop about your pipes.
Hey, it's Connor Wong. This is the home of the Sox, WEEI.
On we go into the top of the 9th inning as the Red Sox trailing the Minnesota Twins 8-6. And a pitching change on the mound. Max Carlson is on, the right-hander. He throws, and the Twins batter Bass, Jason Bass, Jayson, took a pitch that was outside 2-0. We're sort of losing the plot here. The 2-0 is lined past the dive of the second baseman into the outfield. That second baseman for the Red Sox is Elan Fernandez.
I'm staying out of this. This is between you and God at this point.
It's gotten insane. So here are the changes for the Red Sox. Andrew Monasterio continues at first. Elan Fernandez at second. Stanley Tucker, the shortstop. Vinny Capra at third. Carlson throws, and Ferrer, the Twins batter from the right side, takes a swing and fouls it back. This is Jaime Ferrer. I swear to God, they're just they're playing games with us. Tricks. I mean, Jackson Bass is Jaxson. Jaime Ferrer is, here's a swing and miss, rather a foul back to the screen off the bat of Ferrer, who Jaime Ferrer.
I refuse to believe these are real names. These are aliases.
0-2. Max Carlson, who we know, fires a slider that misses outside.
A lot of us would have aliases in hotels when we would go.
I'm sure Ortiz did.
People would call
Scooby-Doo.
Yeah. Mine was Raymond Reddington.
Is that right?
Yeah. The Blacklist was hot on the streets back then.
1-2. The pitch is swung on a miss. Good change up there by Carlson, one away. Because at that time, people would just be calling your room.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm trying to remember some of the other ones. I mean, Lackey was like George Strait.
Amarillo by morning.
That's it.
Here's Ricardo Olivar. We've gotten to the point in the program now where, because I'm so confused, Al is for every hitter just writing out the full name and pointing to it. This is Ricardo Olivar. He's ready for Joe tomorrow. The changeup is on the outside corner. Strike, and it's 0-1. Raymond Reddington. That is awesome. What a great actor. The 0-1 is a strike on the outside corner. 0-2.
You call down for whatever reason, and they're
Mr. Reddington. I have skills.
That was good.
Not much I've done in the last couple innings has been, so I appreciate that. 8-6 Twins.
We're used to it.
Red Sox will be in Cincinnati on Thursday. Mercifully, the 0-2 pitch is a little bit low.
What's that steakhouse? Is it Jack Ruby's?
Yeah.
Oh. Good spot. Casino right down the road, just saying.
Temptation sensation, perfect. Red meat and a little poker, I'm in.
I got a great speakeasy right over the bridge in Covington, Kentucky.
1-2. Here's a foul. And you found it with Mark Kotze, didn't you?
Yeah, I did. There's a pizza place called Goodfellas Pizzeria. And right above it, there's a place called Wise Guys Lounge. Little hidden bourbon bar. They have all kinds of, obviously in Kentucky, they get all kinds of stuff. It's really cool.
1 ball, 2 strikes, 8-6. The Twins lead with 1 down in the top of the 9th. Here is a pitch that misses, and we take 10 seconds for station ID on the Shaws and Star Market. WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
We are your home for Boston College football, basketball, baseball, and hockey. WEEI AM, Boston, an Odyssey station.
Will Fleming, Will Middlebrooks, and a lot of people we've never heard of watch a high, deep drive into left center field. It is up and off the netting of the JetBlue Monster. It's played out there in center field. The runner is going to come home from third. Red Sox second baseman throws home, not in time. Ilan Fernandez could not quite make the relay after Anderson Fermin played it off the carom. It's a run in for the Twins, and it's 9-6. What was that speakeasy again?
Wise Guys.
And here's Merfe Hernandez.
Your guy.
I love it. The pitch from the left-handed batter to the left-handed batter is a slider that misses high and away. And that's ball 1. M-E-R-P-H-Y. Murphy.
I like it.
Me too. 1-0. He is a little bit outside. So Connolly early threw on the backfields today. The Red Sox made a bunch of sort of announcements about the roster. Connor Wong's going to be on the team. Nate Eaton is optioned down. Andrew Monasterio has made the club because of his right-handed bat, his ability to be sort of versatile on the infield. 2-0 is skied high and deep toward the triangle in center field. This is Braden Ward. He's there on the dirt to make the play. And here in this top of the 9th inning, there are 2 down. And I think it's one of the hardest parts of being Craig Breslow and Alex Cora to deliver those messages at the end of camp to people like Nate Eaton who've done everything they possibly can to make this team.
Just with the construction of the roster, it didn't make sense. With the platoon at second base, which I thought maybe you see Eaton play some second base in spring training, but he just never did.
Here's Rain Doncone, who takes a pitch on the outside. This is like a prank on me. That was a curveball, and it's 0-1. Rain Doncone.
R-E-I or R-I? Or R-A?
R-A-Y-N-E.
Oh, well, okay. I wouldn't have come up with that one.
It's cute. Off the end of the bat, and it's 0-2. But I think there's no question Nate Eaton's going to be a big part of this season. Such a versatile player. 0-2 swung on and missed. He will not make it rain here, and the Red Sox go to the bottom of the 9th inning, trailing 8-6 on the Shaws. Head Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
John Sewer and Drain Cleaning is the name to know when your drains don't flow. If your home or business has a clogged drain, call the name trusted by the pros. John Sewer is also hiring technicians at their Norwood location to handle growing demand in southeastern Massachusetts. To join New England's most experienced team, go online to johnsewer.com to apply today.
The name to know when the drains don't flow. John Sewer. We get the job done.
This past winter will certainly be remembered for severe cold and plenty of snow. Hi, this is Michael Ferrante with the Massachusetts Energy Marketers Association, and the members of our association are proud to have successfully kept over 800,000 homes and businesses safe and warm with heating oil, renewable biofuel, and propane, and for keeping our customers' heating equipment running efficiently. our industry was also a partner in keeping our electric grid up and running during extreme winter weather. We also demonstrated that our electricity demands can only be met by using different fuels to produce the power we all need. For a listing of our member companies, visit massenergymarketers.org.
When it comes to beautifying your home, Winterworld is your one-stop shop exterior remodeler.
We encourage you to shop around. We're simply the best for less.
It's time to love where you live. Locally owned.
Nationally known. Visit us at winterworldofboston.com.
And now your Live Nation lineup. Don't miss Bush, the Land of Milk and Honey Tour, April 12th at MGM Music Hall at Fenway. Hometown reggae mainstay Mighty Music returns to the Brighton Music Hall, presented by Citizens on April 18th. Catch an evening with John Butler on Friday, April 24th at Citizens House of Blues, Boston. And join John Legend for a night of songs and stories on April 26th at the Vets in Providence. For more upcoming shows, tickets, and information, visit livenation.com.
You're listening to the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Nathaniel Uten is going to lead it off for the Red Sox, left-handed hitter against Luis Quinones, who's on the mound for the Minnesota Twins. I'm getting a little verbal workout here as we go to the bottom of the ninth inning. 9-6 Minnesota as Uten takes a strike on the inside corner. Fastball 91, 0-1.
You do it well, though. You roll the R's. You got like the accents that go, and it sounds right.
I do need to
it's
talk
believable.
I need well, don't believe anything I say today. As the 0-1 misses outside, it's 1-1. One thing I do need to do is check in with Senor Suarez, who is going to be such an anchor in the Red Sox rotation, because he's said that he's sort of agnostic about how we pronounce his name as Uten takes a pitch down and in. He says, I'm good with Ranger, I'm good with Ronhair. But I want to say, listen, man, I appreciate what you're saying, but how do you say your name?
How does your madre say it?
That's it.
Rangel.
Rangel, which I think it has to be.
Rolls off the tongue.
2-1 to Uten. The pitch is a little looper to second base. It's caught out there by Harry Genth, because of course it's Harry Genth, and there's one down.
Harry took care of it. Oh, no. I'm sorry.
Don't be. And with one down, here's Nate Baez. D'Angelo Ortiz is going to hit again. Here's a pitch that's on the outside corner for strike one.
I need a homer. I need a homer from D.
Can you imagine?
We're playing catch with him out in the outfield. He was just a little pup.
Isn't that amazing? Well, and you and I are both dads. David has had such a remarkable life and career. And I guarantee you, he's never been more nervous in his life than watching D'Angelo
no doubt.
stand in a batter's box. One down, bottom nine. 9-6 Twins. The pitch fouled off the bat of Nate Baez, and it's 1-2. Whitlock was dominant today. Chapman worked on some stuff and smiled into the Twins' dugout. One more game in the spring as a breaking ball comes in and hits Baez off the right hand of Quinones. So now D'Angelo Ortiz has got a chance to do some damage here with a runner aboard and one down. Kid who was picked just a couple of years ago out of Miami-Dade College, D'Angelo, who does have a pretty violent swing. He gets through the zone with some speed.
Imagine that.
The pitch is swung on and missed. Are you kidding me? In a way, it is kind of a carbon copy from the other side.
I mean, that was the pitch right there. Fastball middle in. Just under it.
0-1. One down in the ninth. The pitch dropped by the catcher. That was pretty close, but a fastball that missed from Quinones, and it's 1-1.
It was down and low. Had to bought himself a breaking ball after that first swing.
See if he can launch one over the green. 1-1. Here's the pitch, and it is ripped into the gap in left center field. On the run, the Twins left fielder Fragosa is there. Throw to first, they got him. A double play that ends the game. Wow. Baez doubled off, and we are done in the home portion of spring training. Little Poppy hit the ball hard, but the Twins turned 2 to end the game. 9-6 Minnesota. Some final thoughts from JetBlue right after this. So the Shaws and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Xfinity Tech Support, Matthew speaking.
Hi, I live in a pretty remote place, like Jurassic Park remote. Oh!
Wow.
Will Xfinity Mobile work out here?
Yep, the combination of reliable Wi-Fi and 5G makes it so that you can stay connected in all kinds of places. Plus, you get access to ultra-fast speeds and coverage, whether you're poolside or out live streaming with a T-Rex.
Hold still, you're about to go viral.
Welcome to a new era of Wi-Fi boosted mobile. Cut your mobile bill in half with 2 lines of unlimited. Learn more at xfinitymobile.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Watch Jurassic Park with Xfinity. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Savings comparison based on promotional rate for 2 lines of Xfinity Mobile Unlimited versus 2 lines of T-Mobile Experience More, Verizon Unlimited Plus, and AT&T Starter as of February 10th, 2026. Taxes, fees, extra.
You're listening to Red Sox Spring Training Baseball
On the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
9-6 Red Sox fall to the Minnesota Twins. Their final home game of spring training. Will Fleming, Will Middlebrooks, no more names to pronounce. Well, when we came to the ballpark today, obviously people are thinking about Nate Eaton and the roster moves that are made with Connor Wong and Monasterio and others. But the main objective with one more game tomorrow, just down Daniels Parkway, is to stay healthy. Yeah. And most of all, the Red Sox did that today and throughout all of camp.
I mean, it's been a really clean camp. You know, lack of drama, lack of dealing with injuries more than some nicks here and there. Or Marcelo had a sore knee one day. He was back in the lineup the next day. It's been a dream as far as spring training goes on that front. Like you said, that's the number one thing. They have a good idea. You come into camp, there's quote-unquote competitions for spots, but they have a good idea who it's going to be, and it's more about just everyone coming in, getting their work in, pitch counts getting up for the pitchers, position players getting their reps defensively, and then obviously getting close to 50 at-bats if possible, just to be comfortable when they get to Cincinnati.
Is there any concern about the spring training that Johan Oviedo just had?
No, well, the 2 starts before this were really good. Today, he threw a lot of curveballs. That just told me he was working on that.
Yep.
But there were some command issues there. The velo was down a little bit, and I think a lot of that plays into what you just said. Get out of here healthy. And I think that was on the mind of a lot of guys today.
Speaking of, it was great to see Garrett Whitlock back on the mound. After the WBC, I thought it was excellent to see him throwing hard, efficient, and just back to being himself.
Yeah, he looked good. The changeup looked good. Got a strikeout on that. The velocity with 95 looked good. We had some jump on his fastball. Aroldis Chapman, came into the inning with his normal spring training velocity, 94, 95, gave up the homer and went, okay, fine. If you guys want to ambush my fastball, me getting my work in, then I'm going to go to work on you. And from that point on, it was 98, 99, and some nasty sliders.
This is always such a weird time of year because we're all so excited to get to Cincinnati to start the regular season. And now Sean Smith and so many others here in Fort Myers who do so much great work to make this place what it is, are getting ready to have kids run the bases. And in that way, it's this bittersweet time because they call it Fenway South for a reason, Will, and all the people that work so hard and put so many hours in to make this place hum the way it does. We're ready for the regular season, but it's a little bittersweet to say goodbye to this great place.
Yeah, it's a sad day for a lot of the locals, right, that don't live up in the Northeast anymore, and really look forward to these games, especially all the security guards and the vendors and everyone who works here. they look forward to this 6 weeks every year, this little over a month where they get to come down here and be a part of the Red Sox. And they do such a great job. It was very enjoyable once again.
It was a delight to be around all of them. And again, just kudos to the entire organization for setting this thing up. The Red Sox have one more spring game tomorrow. It's a 1:05 start. They'll be across town again facing these Minnesota Twins. That's the beauty. The Red Sox last few years have been sort of international in the Dominican and then in Monterrey, Mexico. Here they get to finish in Fort Myers, and Ranger Suarez will be on the mound tomorrow with Giovanni Moran, Samaniego, who was optioned today, and Tommy Kahnle. So one last game to go, and then off to Cincinnati.
I'm ready. I know you're ready.
Well, I have a chance to properly identify and pronounce the players when we get to Cincinnati. Unlike today.
You got through it. You got through it.
That was fun.
It was fun. Let's do 100 or so more, huh?
Let's do that. 9-6, the Twins beat the Red Sox. This will be my last time on the air in spring training. So excited to talk to you on Thursday in Cincinnati. I think this is going to be, Will, last thought, I think it's going to be a really fun group. And I think the upside is different than people are talking about.
You said it earlier. I mean, this is a team that's so likable. It's so easy to pull for them and hope for good things to happen. And I think this is a very underrated team. I'm not sitting here screaming World Series champs or anything like that. I think this is going to be a very competitive team. It's going to put together a great season.
Hear, hear. Looking forward to getting it started on Thursday in Cincinnati. It's my last time on the air to thank Alvaro Hernandez, who's been awesome. Today was probably his most heroic work of the entire spring training. Joe Braverman back at the studio. Doug Lane was here. For Will Middlebrooks, Will Fleming saying, cannot wait to talk to you in Cincinnati. Opening day is 72 hours away. We cannot wait to talk to you then on the Shaw's and Star Market, WEEI, Red Sox Radio Network.
You've been listening to Red Sox Spring Training on the WEEI Shaw's Star Market Red Sox Network. This has been a presentation of Odyssey Sports. For even more coverage of your team, download the free Odyssey app and listen to your favorite stations, shows, and podcasts.
I had her on life support. Given who's in the Sweet 16 right now, is she now dead? We'll hit on that when we come back. I'm thinking about you, Albie. Prize Picks. Maybe a little bit later on, if you're up for it. Shoot your shot on Prize Picks and get a $50 bonus credit instantly in lineups when you play your first $5. That's right, Prize Picks is now giving you $50 bonus credit in lineups when you sign up and you play your first $5. Prize Picks makes every dunk, every dime, and every board that much more exciting, so do not miss this chance to get started on America's #1 app for sports picks. On Prize Picks, you simply pick 2 to 6 players, then pick more or less on their stat projections, and then submit your lineup. Prize Picks also has early payouts, so if your lineup gets off to a quick start, you now have the option to cash out those winnings before the game even finishes, and with player stacks, you can also pick the same player up to 3 times in the same lineup. So download the Prize Picks app right now. Use my code, ROAM. Get a $50 bonus credit instantly in lineups when you play $5. That's code ROAM on Prize Picks to get a $50 bonus credit instantly when you play $5. Win or lose, you'll get the $50 in lineups just for playing. It's guaranteed. Prize Picks, where it's good to be right. You do have to be present in certain states. Visit prizepicks.com for restrictions and details.
You're listening to the Jim Rome Show.
Tournament tension is at an all-time high. And we've got your front row seat. Stream all of March Madness on the Westwood One app. It's up, it's down. From your home of the NCAA tournament, Westwood One Sports.
O'Reilly Auto Parts can help take the guesswork out of your check engine, ABS, or maintenance light with O'Reilly Veriscan. The service is free and provides a report with solutions verified by ASE certified master technicians. O'Reilly Veriscan can identify the most likely problem with just one scan. So if you need help, O'Reilly Auto Parts can recommend a shop for you. Don't ignore a check engine, ABS, or maintenance light. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan today. It's a free service exclusively at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
I'm Boomer Esiason. My mom died from cancer. She was only 37 years old. She didn't have life insurance, and that was devastating for my family. That's why having life insurance is so important to me. Ethos makes it fast and easy. Get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. You can get up to $3 million in coverage with no medical exam.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Download to see if you qualify. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription required. Albert is not a bank. Albert Instant Loans are issued by FinWise Bank, member FDIC. Not an actual client. Terms apply.
Kylie, what's wrong? I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? Albert is your financial assistant, helping you find ways to save and create custom budgets to actually grow your money. Plus, you can get up to $10,000 for big expenses, or advance up to $1,000 fast when you need cash right away.
Albert can get me up to $10,000?
Exactly. Albert spots you in a pinch and helps you grow your money in the long run.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code GO to borrow up to $10,000 for whatever you need. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code GO to borrow up to $10,000. Use code GO to borrow up to $10,000.
Calling all college hoops fans. Make your next bet during March matchups at BetMGM go even further with an odds boost token. Simply add any tournament bet to your bet slip and activate your odds boost token. If that bet hits, you'll walk away with a higher payout. For a tournament full of unforgettable moments, BetMGM is your sports book for all of it. Enjoy same-game parlays, live betting through all your favorite games, dark mode, and so much more during March matchups. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. This promotional offer is not available in Mississippi, New York, Ontario, or Puerto Rico. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or 1-800-MY-RESET. Available in the U.S. For New York, 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369. For Massachusetts, 1-800-327-5050. For Iowa, 1-800-BETS-OFF. For Puerto Rico, 1-800-981-0023. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards vary and expire in 7 days. In partnership with Kansas Crossing Casino and Hotel.
Low testosterone can be a real problem for many men. It causes poor sleep patterns, decreased energy, brain fog, low sex drive, and it makes it tough to stay in shape. And as we all know, a healthy body is important to our overall health and well-being. This is Dale for Northeast Men's Health, and if some or all of those symptoms sound like you, we can likely help you be done with low T. But more than this, we can also help you lose weight, support your metabolism, improve your gains in the gym, and more with our new targeted body composition plans featuring GH peptides, NAD+, GLP-1, and more. Our low T protocols, applied in conjunction with our body composition plans, will help most men see real improvements, true weight loss, higher energy, improved sleep, stronger workouts, and a renewed sex drive as well. So call us. Your initial visit is just $99 and includes blood work and a medical consult. And if you start treatment the same day, your visit is free. Call 617-793-5000 or visit northeastmenshealth.com. We have 6 offices across the Northeast to serve you.
Featured therapies are compounded and have not been evaluated nor approved by the FDA. Provider prescription required. See website for details.
Town Fair Tire has the area's largest selection of Toyo tires. Sells them all at the guaranteed lowest price. Offers more free services for life than anywhere else. And Town Fair has well over 100 locations throughout New England and New York. The area's largest inventory of Toyo tires at the guaranteed lowest price, more locations, and the most free services for life. So for your next set of Toyo tires, remember, nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
For years, Gone South has been a podcast about crime in the American South. But for our new season, we're widening the lens. Through deeply reported, narrative-driven stories, we're digging into the myths, scandals, and power structures that still shape the South, and, in a lot of ways, the country itself. Follow and listen to Gone South Season 5, an Odyssey podcast. Available now on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your shows.
We're Levenger Insurance Agent.
This is AM 850 WEEI Boston, the home of Rome, Boston College sports, and you better you bet, AM 850 WEEI.
we've already had Charles Barkley on. Tom Izzo is coming up next hour. In the after hour, James Kelly and I chop it up for the entire hour. The big head will be there. That's always a blast. Again, the fourth hour is a different hour altogether. It's a different show altogether. It's not hour number 4 per se. This is a 3-hour program. That's a 1-hour program. They run concurrently or consequently, but my feeling is it's a 3-hour show and then it's a 1-hour show. So 2 shows back to back as one big show. Now I'm just convoluting it. Anyway, it's different. All right, so 4 days of madness. People are wondering right now, the hell happened to Cinderella? Where is she? Why did she blow off the big dance again this year? Is she sick? Is she terminally ill? Is she dead? Time to die! Did somebody run up on Cinderella with time to die? And did she? Well done, Albie. It's funny because if you remember, we had the very same conversation last year, right? And I said at that time that if Cinderella is not dead, then she's probably on life support. Well, I guess she's still hooked up to a bunch of tubes somewhere. I'm not going to say she's dead, even though Albie did hit her with, "It is time to die." And with the flat line, too, just to make sure. Oh, no, she's dead. She's dead. I'm trying to keep her alive, and Albie's trying to kill her off. Albie's sneaking in the hospital room, ripping the cord out the wall.